tomorrow from the NRB convention floor. See you then.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-TERM-LIFE. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable.
Saving you money, I'm Hillary Barsky. Your utility bills can get steep each month, but there are small steps you can take to reduce them, like unplugging unused appliances, washing your clothes a different way, cooking with certain energy-saving appliances, or setting your thermostat to the right temperature. Another good measure is to try to make sure your heating and cooling systems aren't being overworked by changing your filters on a regular basis and keeping your home's vents clean. And when it's cold outside, it's important to insulate as much of your home as possible. Your attic floors and walls are great places to start, and also check that drafts around doors and windows are sealed. And try not to run your dishwasher until it's completely full, or wash your clothes in hot or warm water, which takes a lot of energy. Try to switch to cold water and let your clothes air dry naturally if you can. You don't have to invest in pricey new energy-efficient appliances just to cut down on energy costs, but when you're ready to upgrade, invest in energy-efficient options. Saving you money, Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Hope for an end to war in Ukraine. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. As President Trump meets with the French leader 3 years since Russia invaded Ukraine.
Sitting alongside French President Emmanuel Macron, President Trump predicts the war in Ukraine could end in weeks.
If we're smart. If we're not smart, it'll keep going and we'll keep losing young, beautiful people that shouldn't be dying.
Macron is visiting President Trump as the administration negotiates with Russia on a peace proposal and with Ukraine about access to the country's rare earth minerals.
With the Ukrainians, I think I can say that we're very close.
Macron says France is prepared to provide troops to serve as peacekeepers once the war ends.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. President Trump also says Russia's President Putin would accept European peacekeepers in Ukraine, telling reporters he personally asked Putin about that. Elon Musk getting a vote of confidence from his boss, President Trump, after demanding in a mass email that federal workers list recent accomplishments at work or risk losing their jobs.
There was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Fox Business's Hillary Vaughn on Capitol Hill.
Musk says he's already received a large number of responses and says those people should be considered for a promotion. Other Democrats say a CEO would never ask their workers to do this.
The Musk email prompting another legal challenge from unions representing federal workers. Meantime, a federal judge in Maryland siding with unions in a separate lawsuit, issuing a temporary restraining order blocking the Department of Government Efficiency from accessing financial data related to student loans, though other judges have allowed DOJ access to some education records, possibly setting up a Supreme Court showdown. America is listening to Fox News.
Say goodbye to slow internet and hello to GTA Air Fiber. With cutting-edge technology, Air Fiber delivers ultra-fast, reliable internet at speeds up to 500 megabits per second, and there's no need for underground cables. That means faster download, smoother streaming, and no interruptions for as low as $75 a month. Sign up today and get up to 6 months free on a 2-year commitment. Stop waiting for better internet. Switch to GTA Air Fiber today. Call us or visit gta.net for more information. Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Celebrating the 176-year anniversary of American President Lines, APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and are here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL, global presence with a local home.
A joint news conference at the White House with the French president, calling their meeting today another step forward toward ending the war in Ukraine, also saying the focus is on achieving a ceasefire as soon as possible and ultimately permanent peace. Progress for Pope Francis. The Vatican says he's showing signs of slight improvement, though he remains in critical condition.
Doctors at Gemelli Hospital have been treating the 88-year-old pontiff for double pneumonia since February 14th. The Vatican saying that the Pope has had no new episodes of asthmatic crisis, that some laboratory tests have improved, and the earlier kidney problems are not a concern. In the morning, he received the Eucharist, while in the afternoon, he resumed work. In the evening, he called the priest of the parish of Gaza to express his paternal closeness. In Rome, Lauren Green, Fox News.
R&B legend Roberta Flack has died.
The singer and pianist, one of the top recording artists of the 70s. Her first big break came after Clint Eastwood used this as a soundtrack for a love scene in Play Misty for Me. The first time ever I saw your face winning Record of the Year in 1973. That and her second chart topper, Killing Me Softly with his song, giving her back-to-back Grammys in consecutive years.
I heard he sang a good song.
A statement from her representative says she died peacefully, surrounded by her family.
Fox's Lillian Wu. Roberta Flack was 88. The New York City area's transit agency says a congestion pricing program collected more than $48 million in the first month of operation. There's a court fight over a Trump administration effort to kill that first-in-the-nation program, which imposes a $9 toll on most vehicles entering Manhattan south of Central Park, aiming to reduce traffic and fund mass transit. Stocks remain mixed an hour to the close. The Dow's up 157. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Bring home a bundle of value from IT&E today. Save up to $1,000 when you sign for a home internet bundle. Get a free 43-inch TV and a free Fire Stick to stream all your favorite shows and movies, all with fiber-class speeds. Plus, get up to $100 in Amazon gift certificates, and we'll even waive your installation fee. Sign up now to stream, shop, and unlock more. Visit ite.net for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
Parents, do you notice if your child is having trouble with talking, learning, or avoids eye contact and social interaction? Your child may show signs of autism. If you have a concern with your child's development, call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. excluding holidays. Connect early for your child to receive the services they need. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services Division of Children's Wellness.
Day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Tuesday, February 25. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A 68-year-old man admitted to police that he smashed a surveillance camera with a golf club, but claimed he was just playing. Police say Joel Rama was caught on video walking into a backyard in Santa Rita, Sumai, rummaging through items and then hitting the camera until the screen went blurry. The system was valued at $1,600. Officers found Rama early the next morning and confiscated a golf club. He admitted to hitting the camera and offered to pay for it. He was charged with criminal mischief and released on a $1,000 bond. He faces up to a year in jail. Meanwhile, a father accused in the death of his one-year-old son is heading to trial in April. Paul John Tuncap Cruz appeared in court yesterday. His attorney says Cruz is innocent and looks forward to clearing his name. Prosecutors say Cruz witnessed the child's mother, Giltinan Ramangmo'u, punch their son in November. The child was later found lifeless. Ramangmo'u was convicted of negligent homicide and child abuse in a separate trial. She was sentenced to 6 years with parole after 3. Cruz faces child abuse and failure to help. We'll have more news after this. A federal waiver is clearing the way for Guam to buy new port cranes. The U.S. Department of Transportation granted a 5-year exemption from Buy America rules, allowing Guam and other Pacific islands to use federal funds for infrastructure projects without strict U.S. sourcing requirements. Governor Lulian Guerrero says this is critical for replacing aging gantry cranes, which are not made in the U.S. Port officials say the waiver removes a major hurdle and improves Guam's chances of securing federal funding. Without new cranes, supply chain delays could impact both civilian and military operations in the region. And seafood lovers have a new spot in Tumon. Crab Daddy opened its second location yesterday at Holiday Resort. The soft opening runs through tomorrow with doors open from 11 to 3 and 5 to 9. Walk-ins only, no reservations. The restaurant is known for its Cajun-style seafood boils served by the pound on picnic tables with bibs and gloves. Crab Daddy will close Thursday to prepare for its grand opening on Friday. The original Hagåtña location, open since 2019, remains in business. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
I feel so bad because it was only in January this year that I went to the one in Agana. Ever. I walked in accidentally once because somebody said we're going to go have a crab thing, and I went there. And then they were beeping me, asking me, where am I? I said, no, where are you? And I said, we're at the one at Shirley's. And I said, oh, okay. So I went to that one. It was a good time. But yeah, January, when my daughter was heading back to States, that's where she wanted to have the little last get together. And so we went there, and I got to tell you, I was really, really pleased with the service and the prices and the quality of the food. And now I'm glad. I don't know. I'm not going to say there's one a little bit closer to me, but that feels like a cool kind of hang out at the beach all day with the bikini and the cooler and the beer, and then go someplace afterwards and just get completely messy with the food and just kind of hose yourself down outside. Know what I mean? All right. Now the big question is, what are they going to do with all the people that live over at Matapang Beach Park taking up all the parking?
Oh, bums,
man.
Yeah,
that could be kind of an issue. Maybe we'll talk about that as we get closer. That's a great story. I'm so glad that you got that there, and I'm also really, really glad there was another story that we had in there where the Port Authority has now got a waiver on the Buy American and can go shopping in the international market for new cranes.
Just say China, right?
No, they're
the only ones doing it.
You're going to have to buy it from China through somebody else, like, I don't know, Temu or something. We're going to, Roy.
We need a middleman.
Check Temu.
We need a middleman. We can make his pockets fat, too.
Spin the wheel. Maybe you'll get a big discount. Maybe they'll give you the first crane for free. Because you know how Temu is. They've got all those incentives.
Specials.
I heard. Mostly sunny. I've never made it past the spinning the wheel thing. Mostly sunny with highs near 85 degrees. I got northeast winds 10 to 18 miles an hour. And winds gusting as high as about 23 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy in the forecast tonight with overnight lows of about, let's call it 76 degrees. Same thing for tomorrow. You take a look at the weather map, and we got a whole bunch of practically nothing moving where we are. Yeah, there's some chop to the south of us, but according to this weather forecast, looks like most of it's going to stay there. Mostly sunny today, mostly sunny tomorrow, mostly sunny on Thursday. Again, about 85 degrees. And we're going to have some breezes. That's going to be felt and appreciated on land. At the ocean, though, it does cause issues. High surf advisory, rip currents advisories are also in effect right now. Plus, fire danger ratings. It is absolutely Tinder out there. I didn't mean to use Tinder. It's just,
that's right, man.
I'm using the old. I'm dead naming what we used to call dead name. I'm dead naming what we used to call dry grass out in the Savannah lands, and that's what it's like out there. So if you're going to be doing any hiking or marking trails or something like that, be very, very careful. Always keep track of where a potential fire could be and where you are and which way the wind is blowing, and always have a way out. Sunset tonight at 6:29. Hashtag tell the others. But sunrise this morning not until 6:39. Although that hasn't stopped Jeff from over at Pirates Cove from getting up there, pondering what it's going to be like on Tuesday, Taco Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
Over at Pirates Cove, inspiration coming in from the sunrise is coming up this morning over at the eastern side of the island. There it is, 6:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. More like that on the way. In the meantime, news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
Guam Regional Medical City invites you to Heartstrong. Learn the facts about heart attacks. Join us Saturday, March 1st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall Center Court.
Get free vitals checks, enter our raffle, and learn how to keep your heart strong. Plus, don't miss our expert-led heart health presentation at 10:30. Want a free EKG? Spots are limited. Sign-up starts at 10 a.m. and testing runs from noon to 2 for the first 25 people. Stay heart strong, Guam. Join GRMC for this free community event. See you at the Micronesia Mall March 1st.
76 Circle K introduces My Rewards 2.0, the loyalty program you love made even better. Save 5 cents per gallon every day just for being a member. Earn 1 point for every dollar you spend on fuel or store purchases. Plus, get 5 bonus points for every gallon when you purchase mid-grade or premium fuel. Redeem your points for big savings like up to 75 cents off per gallon or $20 gift certificates. Plus, enjoy exclusive club rewards, free hot dogs, coffee, and more. Download the My Rewards app today from the App Store or Google Play. 76 Circle K My Rewards 2.0. Better rewards, bigger savings.
Hey, man, it's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Points, being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
6:14. Those of you that work for the federal government that need to have 5 things to send to Elon Musk, go ahead and include this program here. Surveilling the right wing. That's what.
Yes.
That's what I'm doing. That's what we're up to. Donald Trump has found. There's a meme that was floating around in the socials yesterday. Donald Trump found it and has now been using it in his social media posts. Maybe you've seen it. It's the one with SpongeBob SquarePants making the list. Got done last week. Cried about Trump. Cried about Elon. Made it into the office for once. Read some emails, cried about Trump and Elon some more. There you go. That's like 5 things. Congratulations.
That is work, man.
I'm just absolutely
It's exhausting.
Yeah. Well, so I brought it up with Jerry Roberts yesterday, but he had not seen the dust up in the socials as of yesterday. So perhaps today he may have some comment about that and some real world application for managers, bosses, supervisors to kind of throw that challenge to the employees.
Nothing says grade school like, let me see your work.
Yes, absolutely. Because I
let me see that work of yours.
You're in the bathroom a lot, or you're outside. You get your 17 smoke breaks or something like that. Is it, how much time did you spend on TikTok? How much screen time did you have? Are we TikToking? Are we Sudoku
Not
today?
safe for work.
Is it solitaire? NSFW? How often do those letters come up in your search queries while you're otherwise engaged in productive work around here?
Sorry, it's time to get back to work.
When will the government of Guam do something like that? Do you just here?
Well, this is Guam.
Answered the phone. never going. That will never show up there.
Dude, what's that?
6:16 in the morning. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. To chronicle, to give, I don't know, first draft of history, if you will, and maybe my commentary. Sometimes it's dead on, and sometimes I'm way off. But what the hell, you got to kill 4 hours with an open microphone, so you're not always going to bat 1,000. But still, in all, I have a fantastic time being here. Excuse the mess, as I say, because as usual, there is a ton of stuff. I mean, I got all the printouts I do on a daily basis, and there's some interesting things. We got some great magistrate reports in here, along that feature a woman that Donna D keeps saying is my girlfriend. That's
good, Donna. God, you hired that woman.
That's a red flag, right? When their best picture
That's
is the
your
one
girlfriend, Ray.
is the one they took over at the Department of Corrections. That's
God, I
there's
love working here, man.
Red flagged GPD called to a residence in Datadoo in response to a theft complaint. Joanne Delgado reported that a homeless woman she knew as Cassie Lynn Fuller had stolen food and clothing from within her garage area. Delgado showed police surveillance footage that showed Fuller reaching over a fence to take items, then entering through a gate to remove food from the refrigerator. This July 25th of last year, Delgado reported about $110 worth of clothing and food had been stolen. February 23rd, cops were contacted when a woman crying loudly and smoking meth in Tumon was reported.
Wow.
They met with the woman, who identified herself as Cassie Lynn Fuller, and asked if she was okay. She stated that she was and allowed police to perform a pat-down. They felt an object in her bra, which they removed and determined to be a clear glass pipe with a bulbous end and containing a black substance suspected to be methamphetamine. They reached it, grabbed the handy BAT-NARC-2 test equipment, and sure enough, tested presumptive positive for the presence of crystal methamphetamine, so possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, and then the theft of property charge that was applied to her from the July 25th event. And there's a picture of her in the television that you can see if you're watching right now. And
well,
like I
that's
said,
enough of that, Casey.
Donna's like, oh, there's your girlfriend. No way. I don't have
God,
any.
I'm sitting next to Donna in class.
I don't have any.
That's you.
My girlfriend's a homeless local girl, not local Holly chick. Just saying. Yeah, and that's the way we get things started.
Love is love.
Real joke.
Come on, man.
We'll get the phone when she calls at 888-8255.
Your man's busy right now, Casey.
888.
Sorry.
TALK. Where you want to go clothes shopping. Oh, my God, this town, the crap that we're getting used to around here. Donna D will be making more reports on the crap that we're getting used to around here, as well as we make our way through the morning show. You can apply pressure on this program and get your comments in at 7978255. We call it the meme machine, and it is a great tool. It's WhatsApp. That's all it is. But I mean, this is how we get all kinds of stuff to the radio station and from whatever it is that you're searching and whatever you're digging, and that you want to share. This is the way to do it. 7978255. Audio, video, whatever, funny stuff like this one. Here's the president, Donald Trump, when he was still running for office, handing some fries. Here's some fries to go with your McMeltdown. It's happening right now, and I got a feeling the meltdown is going to continue. They got we just got Kash Patel running the FBI, right? He's been confirmed, started the job. Investigations are already, I think, lining up.
God, payback's gonna look good.
And if he's not the guy to talk to, the new guy to talk to over at the FBI, the deputy director, is Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah.
No, it's not. Who's the guy I'm thinking of?
It's Dan.
Dan Bongino.
That
guy. I don't know.
He looks like a Puerto Rican.
Dan Bonanno.
Yeah, Bonanno. From the Bonanno crime family.
I'm gonna say it's my buddy Jim Bonanno's brother, Dan.
Kill you,
okay, so Dan Bongino.
Yes.
Former Secret Service.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And
former New York City police officer, former Secret Service.
Right.
He's got a master's degree. He's got other degrees as well.
A big podcast, everybody familiar with him, and just it's like the ultimate straight shooter out there.
And like you, he fought for us, man, when they were against us.
Lost some good guys.
Yeah.
Lost some good guys in those battles. Well, so maybe, but I'm sure there might be room for Joe Rogan in there as well. I'm not sure.
You don't want to work for the government.
Make too much money. I can't take the cut and pay working for the government. And there's they had the quiet procession of employees at USAID leaving the office yesterday with their boxes like, oh my God, how could this ever happen to me? And the answer is well, it did actually happen to you. And among the reasons why is because you guys were part and parcel of funneling money, taxpayer dollars, out of the United States of America and into the businesses that were operated like little shells. Then that all of a sudden we've got all these politicians making millions and millions of dollars, by being participating in this shell game. The more you look, the worse it gets. And the worst part of it is, in some cases, it doesn't even look like they were trying to hide it. And so it makes you wonder if all of these things were happening at the scale of the federal government of the United States of America. Could it be replicated here? Now, I don't know if you had a chance to read it. I have not read the entire thing. I've only read the press release that came with the executive summary on the most recent audit report of the Public Auditor's Office. They have released an audit on the Medicaid program, Provider Eligibility Part 1. which leads me to believe that there might be part twos. Okay, so
many parts.
Let's say I'm a provider. I provide services, healthcare services to the people of Guam, and I am paid with Medicare money that you have earned or that others have earned, and that comes to me. I'm the provider. Well, every 5 years I've got to reapply, and I've got to get revetted. That apparently has not happened. The report, the press release part of the report reads, our audit of the government of Guam's Department of Public Health and Social Services Medicaid program identified disbursements and payments totaling $399.6 million made to 218 participating on-island and off-island Medicaid providers. This audit revealed significant deficiencies relative to record storage and safekeeping, maintenance of updated and accurate data and information on public health's database, and an appearance of ineffective and inefficient eligibility screening, approval, documentation, and revalidation processes and procedures. As a result, what did they say? They made payments of almost $400 million. As a result, though, after looking at the audit, we are questioning $241 million in Medicaid provider payments. That's over 50% of all of the payments that they made to all of these providers.
Yeah, that's a nice chunk.
Are being questioned right now, primarily due to noncompliance with local and federal regulations in regard to revalidations of provider enrollments once every 5 years, in which the provider's eligibility were already outdated and could potentially be no longer valid. The lack of revalidations every 5 years could lead to potential inclusion of unqualified or fraudulent providers. Fraudulent providers. That's a hell of an accusation.
That's never happened before, Ray.
That's a hell of an
accusation. Not even here on Guam.
Weighty accusation. Wait a second. So there's somebody lined up.
Yes,
somebody lined up and found their way into the database, was never revalidated, and just kept taking the money. I wonder how many John Does and Jane Does, how many Joe and Mary Cruises we're going to find from among the patients.
Ray.
What did you got? I don't know, but it was hella expensive. Medicaid took care of everything. Yeah.
I get 4 Joe Cruz's Social Security checks, dude.
As it should be.
Yeah, thank you.
It should be. Anyway, 6:25 in the morning. You can go, I'm sure, to the public auditor's website and read the entire documentation. But just based on the press release that came with it, that should already have, for those of you that are running the Doge, or Guam's version of the FBI, you got Doug's on the list, right?
He is.
We let him sleep in yesterday. He's on the list today. Because I'm going to ask him about that. I'm going to ask him if he got a copy of that.
Attorney General.
And what he intends to do with $241 million worth of question costs, perhaps to fraudulent providers.
That's good, Ray.
In the meantime, it's 6:25 in the morning. We got to talk to all these Joe Rogans over here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
I got it. 6:26 in the morning. We're having it's Tuesday. Tuesday.
Yeah, it feels like Friday.
Yeah, well, the furniture was rearranged here this morning, and so I remember what happened last week, and I forgot to do the thing with the YouTube.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, apparently
that happened?
Apparently, I'm sending the Ray Gibson feed to the Vets with Veterans show. When Donna says hang out with us on Facebook, Facebook was also a little bit unstable as we got in.
Responsibility. That's my bad.
All right, 6:26.
I'll be on top of that.
I want you to write me a memo with 5 other things that you didn't
get
do.
a tattoo.
Good man. Fine, we can do that as well. So, let me see. Ken Augustin, not necessarily number one. He was number one when the feed was restored on Facebook.
We'll give it to you today, guy.
I see ZB Sinicolas, Elizabeth Mendiola, Kitatu, Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, EOD Kaboom saying, oh, hey, good morning, Guam. Nice. There's Lena Garcia, Jerome McDonald, Southern California. Fabulous 88 degrees and a Monday afternoon. Good morning, Ray, Donna D, Real Joe, and Jerry.
But Gavin's your governor.
What was that?
I said, but Gavin's your governor.
Yeah.
Take that.
They'll figure that one out one of these days. Looking at Bandit online here this morning saying good morning to everybody. Nice to see Keena McCausland. It says R.I.P. Roberta, but I don't know who you're making a reference to. Go ahead. Oh, Roberta Flack. Okay,
no,
thank you. Thank you.
Killing Me Softly?
Yeah, it was in the Fox News just a few minutes ago. Yeah.
That's a
It's
bummer.
weird because Albert Wanenboss played that yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday afternoon, and I didn't really like it when I was growing up, when I was kids. Because, it was slow. And it was
But
Johnny.
it grew on you.
Was weird because, like, Johnny Gerber time, right? And then there was supposed to be a Roberta Flack concert here on Guam. And I think that fell through.
I remember that.
But he was, it was weird because he played, like, the Johnny Winter, the good, Friday Night Rock and Roll.
Good
And then he'd go, hey, we've got tickets to give away for Roberta Flack. And that was, like, the only song that you could play was Killing Me Softly. And it just didn't fit. Like I said, she was supposed to come to Guam, and I think the concert fell through, unless, I got Big Sister Shelley and people in her generation that actually went to the show. Patrick Bumba saying good morning to everybody. Nice to see you online. Alpha Omega, Buenos and Alpha Day. And maybe among our last Buenos and Alpha Days to B-Man Dennis Larson, and he sent me some pictures and some video of them doing the packed out. Headed to...
Happy birthday?
They're going to Italia. They're moving lock, stock, and barrel
just for pizza
to Italy.
Ridiculous.
Oh, they got pizzas and ravioli and
olives.
As it turns out, what you get in the Chef Boyardee thing, not real Italian food.
It's not?
Who knew? Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King online. There's Janet Sardoma saying good morning to the Point family. Nice to see you there. Peter Santos says Biba Guam, Vegas is nice right now. Got blue skies out there. Vegas has this weird sky. It's the same color. Have you noticed that? It's like there's parts of like Anaheim, California. I don't know, it's the smog or something. It just diffuses.
It's probably not real.
Into one monocolor.
It's not a real sky, right?
Everything looks like a set.
He's out there for that cop thing, right?
Yeah, I told him to call in. Ursula Franquez Garrido. Let me see. I got Rob Greeno hanging out. Margaret Estacchio, F. Ramos, Tony, and Annette and Pinko. Ada, Real J, I don't think we've seen the last of Vice Speaker Tony Ada.
Good morning.
Yeah, I got a feeling we might, he never left. I got a feeling we might see him show up at a public hearing this week. Where's the paperwork? I got Tattoo Sean Gumatauto's got a hearing. It's not his bill. It's Will Parkinson's hearing, save the hearing, the suppressor bill.
Okay, right, yeah.
Right on.
Silencer.
I'm sure he'll be there. No, suppressor.
I'm sorry.
Silencer's
I
what
stand corrected,
assassins and movie people in Hollywood call it.
It could never be that quiet.
There's Steve Love online here this morning.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I don't know if he's a provider of services to the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Let me revalidate you, Steve. Simon Sanchez online says, have a good Tuesday, Point fam. Switching to the app. Appreciate that, Uncle Si. That's good news. I'm glad that you're there. It was nice to see you and the classmates and buddies last night.
You saw him.
Yeah, he was over at the place. Well, trying to put together when we're going to do a walk-in in Tumon again. Because February's over, and looking at the first weekend of maybe March to go down there and just kind of hang out and shoot the bull. Chris Rabbit says, "Good morning, Ray. Weihua, a large crane company in China. Look it up, Rory. It is the second largest in China. Great quality.
Told you.
I have been through the factory, but I don't know if it's like it might be like you're out from under Buy American, but you still can't buy from the Chinese." Yeah, I think it might end up being something like that. Lori with a Y online. Debbie Hernandez sending up Valentine's likes. Love that profile that you got there. Let me see. Jesse Nanetti, Aurelio Pareda, Chech Uggan hanging out. Let me see. Weed out the fault, says Alpha Omega. Cecile Bambasuda saying good morning to the Point gang. What's that? More from Jerome McDonald, says President Trump decided to shut down thousands of EV chargers financed by federal government. Electric vehicles looking dim. Well, they're just starting to build that process in here on Guam.
I've only got 2 bars left in my car.
I'm Marcia Lujan. Well, you know what? If you're not filling it up with like solar or wind power, really, you're just kind of faking it, right? You're just pretending.
You're still helping us kill the planet.
It's for the environment. Where are you getting your electricity from? From the fossil fuels. John Savares is online.
Jonathan Savares.
Wanderlust Divers Guam. You had me at lust. Saying, good morning, Ray. Nice to have you there. Ken Augustin, number 1 by default. Simon Sanchez. Tonight, we'll vote to lower your power bill again by another 14% in September.
Oh, come on, you charmer, Uncle Si.
If we can
stop it.
Wait a second. If we can do it in September.
It's almost free already.
Why can't we do it now? What the hell is that story there? That it's going to cost us $18.1 million in additional cost because we're not firing up Ukadu as quickly as we wanted to? Who at the legislature that's now at the governor's office can we thank for that?
Who?
Steve Blake.
Real guy?
Army Lynn, our favorite balloon
Morning,
smuggler,
guy.
is online. Maria Torres Blas, Michelle Conception, Johnny Atulai Tino saying, good morning, Ray and the Point Familia. F. Rama says, Roberta Flack passed. Oh, man, R.I.P. We did learn how to play that song on the guitar.
Yeah.
You know, it's not
Everyone's
like you
going
need
to play it
full
today.
band or anything to catch it. Let me see. Good morning, Ray, from Dennis Larson. Tattoo, Shauna Fujikawa Stickles. 1, 2, 3 cups of coffee. And Lisa saying, half a day, Ray Gibbs. I know that name
Is that
from
Lisa from the Cult Jam?
No, different one.
Oh, okay. Hey, good morning anyway.
Similar, but different.
Take me.
You're still balloon smuggler, right, Lisa?
Take me home.
TMI. 6:33 in the morning. So I tell you what, as I said, we're sending a video feed. I don't know how the guys at KUAM are going to deal with this later.
Yeah, good morning, veterans.
The guys over at we're sending our feed to the Vets with Benefits program, and so I'm going to disconnect that and reconnect the points feed, and that should work out for just about everybody, and we'll get the regular YouTube guys back in the feed. 6:34, and in order to accomplish that, I need to be able to stop talking and go to news and headlines and maybe some commercials with Donna D. Donna, what are the big stories here?
A twice convicted DWI offender was found asleep in a running car with a 1-year-old in the front seat. Police arrested MC Bright Igalam Yalo early Friday in Tumon. Officers say he smelled of alcohol and admitted to drinking. He now faces felony DWI and child abuse charges. He was already in a court-ordered DWI program. Meanwhile, multiple grass fires sparked across Guam over the weekend, causing major damage. A fire near Mount Santa Rosa came close to homes and farms. Other fires hit Malolo, Agate, and Harvest Christian Academy. Officials warn that dry conditions and winds persist, increasing the risk. Residents are urged to report suspicious activity and avoid burning. And Triple J Tinian Farms is shipping more produce to Guam. A couple of weeks ago, the farm sent 1,400 pounds to Payless supermarkets. The farm, which launched exports in September, grows vegetables and fruits for Tinian, Saipan, and Guam. Tinian's mayor says the farm is helping the economy. Triple J hopes to expand exports even further. And those are your local headlines on the point. Now back to Ray.
Wait, where can we get the meat? Did they send eggs? Do we have Tinian eggs coming in?
Oh, yeah.
And
Those
Tinian
are the
salad.
big ones.
I want Tinian bag salad. But no kale.
No, none of that, man.
I accidentally
Disgusting.
bought one of those a couple of weeks ago and had and it looked like it had all of the greens that I liked in it, but I couldn't actually see.
It's hard to pretend to like that.
Then I got it home and started pouring it out and said, "Who put
best.
this crap in here?" Get rid of this next thing. They're going to put tofu in it. All right. The YouTube feed is on. For those of you, if that's the way that you take the Ray Gibson Show, the YouTube feed is on and working here this morning. Studio time, 6:35. More of me and etc. on the way. Don't move.
Leah Dunca from Security Title here with a little information about trusts. A trust is a legal entity capable of owning property. It can protect property from issues such as lawsuits or divorce and can be used to distribute property and avoid probate. Many trusts start as revocable but become irrevocable when the initial trustees die. Work with your estate planning attorney to see if a trust is a good fit for your family property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Altima. Titan. Even the iconic Z. Nissan Guam wants to make up to 6 months payments on your next car, truck, or SUV. That's right, up to 6 payments on us. Or choose APR as low as 2.99%. Get pre-qualified for financing in just minutes. First timer, we've got you covered with our exclusive first-time buyer program. Don't miss the Ride of the Nissan sales event for a limited time only. On approved credit. Some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
What? Traffic noise? Okay, let me see if I can find some actual traffic working the roadways here on the island southbound from Anderson Air Force Base. Looks like there's a couple of spots actually north and southbound just before you get to Anderson around the Matagwak area that's going to slow you down, like I said, in both directions. A little bit northbound just after you pass the village and then a little bit southbound. Not quite by the time you get to, I believe that is the Teeds and Gym and the Gain area. All the rest of it looks like just intersection traffic most of the way way down south. I mean, clear into East Agania, frankly. You're not going to run into a whole lot up in Dededo, Upper Tumon, the Tumoning area. Now, there is a little bit of a slowdown northbound. Looks like right around the Infusion next to the Horse and Cat, that intersection there might be running a little bit slower. Maybe it's just, I don't know, 2 or 3 cars. Maybe somebody's having a little conference here. But anyway, southbound from there through East Agania into the downtown Agania area, looking pretty good. Now, there is some traffic on Deleche Macheche here. Not entirely sure what that is. Maybe it looks like slower traffic going up the hill to Laddie Heights. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it before. If there's something that people need to know about, let me know. I mean, you guys that have to, work on that kind of back road to Anderson thing, you guys have your own weird traffic kind of gravity up there. It's like you're in another island. I don't know. Anyway, inbound traffic on Route 8 looking pretty good right now. Inbound traffic on Route 4, likewise, looking pretty good. Nothing major on Route 10, if that's where you're going to be headed this morning. As you make your way south past Adelup and into the PD area, a little bit of traffic up around the Nimitz Hill. Maybe there's more construction. Are they redigging that up again? I don't know. You were up there recently. What's it like?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, cops.
They're up on the hill?
Everywhere, man.
Gosh.
They're behind you.
Hey, your mom. Wait. And then a little bit of traffic over at Polaris Point. Otherwise, things looking pretty clear over at Big Navy and Sumai. 6:38 in the morning. There it is. News and weather together and traffic thrown in for fun right here on The Point.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and Urgent Care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-825.
Workers at Yosemite National Park have hung an upside-down American flag protesting the firings by the Trump administration. Do you think they should be fired? You got time to do that on the way out, I suppose.
Hang it upside down?
Yeah.
That's weak.
Sour grapes or something like
lame,
that.
dude.
But there's major touting going on right now. The Trump administration announcing billions and billions of dollars in investments in the United States of America. Apple is reshoring $500 billion worth of jobs, research, assembly, that kind of thing. Mostly in red states. We know that Elon Musk is going to be making some major investments. Saudi Arabia, Nissan Steel is in the mix as well. And there just seems so. Look, if you're on the chopping block with the federal government, and you couldn't come up with 5 things.
Yeah, so sorry.
So
you
know what? There might be a gig out there for you.
Many
there might
gigs.
be an opportunity for you to go and work elsewhere in the United States of America, perhaps at some of these businesses that are seeing that there is growth opportunity and people willing to work for a living right here in the United States of America. Would be cool if we could get some of our brain power here to see if Trump knows anybody that would like to reshore on Guam.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
There are a lot of companies in the Philippines, of pharmaceutical manufacturers out there, basically assembling. They don't actually get the raw material they don't grow it there in the Philippines. They just get it and they put it in the pills and then put the pills in a bottle and then you send all of that stuff out. And I'm wondering if maybe something similar could be done with American citizens assembling,
right here.
doing the stamping and all of that right here on Guam. Don't know, but there might be somebody that is in Taiwan fearful of their future. Maybe some businesses that offshore to China and other places, Vietnam, etc., and thinking, okay, well, we got this Trump guy, and maybe there's going to be some incentives that would offset higher minimum wages and things like that, and construction of facilities here on Guam. I don't know. Somebody make a phone call. Find a high-ranking Republican in Washington, D.C. Oh, I know one, Jimmy Craig.
No doubt.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, ponder. Everybody's got ideas. Tony Guman online, Tammy Pangolinan, and let me see, B-Man Dennis Larson says, RBs are in Tinian. That's good news. Let me see, Andy Turley says, AA class is not working, I guess. Peace with adobo grease. Got to punch that clock, says F. Love that. Okay, more from Dennis Larson and why he's going to be closer to the Pope.
Oh, yeah.
He says
Larson.
Guam power bill is $1,200. In Italy, the power bill will be 40 euros.
God, that's like $800.
I have no idea what that is.
I'm just kidding.
I'd need.
That's like $55.
I'd need to convert it to pesos, Philippine pesos.
Now, how much is that in pesos, Dennis? Man, what the heck, bro?
I don't know. We'll check. Apple announced this morning plans to invest more than $500 billion in the U.S., hire 20,000 people over the next 4 years. Expansion and construction plan from coast to coast. And I don't want to say that there might be opportunities working at Apple for Chamorros, but if nothing is happening around here and the rate of our recovery is slow and you're feeling like, well, maybe I'll go get an education with Tim Cook and then come back, right?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's
something there.
going to be a thing. Anyway, 6:44 in the morning, 888-825-5888, TALK. Who's that on the phone?
Doug Moreland, he's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Moreland.
Thank God he's here. 888-825-5888, TALK. First thing I wanted to get started with. First of all, welcome to the program. Hope you had a good weekend.
Thanks, Ray.
Yeah,
I did.
You did? Okay. Have you uncovered any corruption in the government of Guam that you can speak about on the radio at this time?
Well, there's always corruption, and just how much of it, right?
Okay, I don't know. I'll start with this. I was going to start with something else because you've got a new bill that KUAM says that you have proposed, new anti-crime bill. But I do want to start with this. Have you read any of the BJ's audit on Medicaid?
I just got the report. I sent it over to the Government Corruption Division. I've got to go over it with them.
Bro.
I have not dissected it yet.
Bro, $241 million in question cost to Medicaid providers.
I think open and notorious seems to be the word there.
Wow.
And that's one of our problems, that people aren't scared. They need to be scared. And right now, we are doing it one case at a time, but we're getting stronger at the AG's office, I can tell you that.
A lack of revalidations, among the other findings, once every 5 years could lead to potential inclusion of unqualified providers or fraudulent providers. And so I'll read the report myself a little bit later on, see if I can dig into all of this. Well, the federal is going to say, okay, well, you know what? You haven't followed our rules and regulations on revalidating. I'm glad that you paid all those people, but we're not repaying you. We're not giving you that money back.
Right. That's the danger that Massachusetts was facing, and that's the danger we're facing for the medical complex. It's funny, the governor's over and doing what I told her 2 years ago. What are we doing with the Department of Defense? Always trying to negotiate with them. It's the Department of the Interior. We are a U.S. territory. We're not a military base. So the fact that she's going over there and scrambling for more money, that speaks volumes. Where was she 2 years ago talking to those guys?
Well, maybe. Well, that's it. Maybe they'd gotten everything they figured they could get from Biden. Now there's a new sheriff in town, and maybe they're going to go plead the case out there. Although Real Joe made an interesting side comment yesterday about, we're going to take more money from the federal government so that we can use that to send the Commission on Decolonization guys out to talk smack about the United States at the United Nations.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, Elon Musk and Trump are going to have a field day with Guam if they see this Democrat governor wasting federal money. This, again, the $100 million, it speaks volumes. That whole attempt to get the admiral to make us pay for it, $1 billion for the government to pay for Osprey landing pads. Are you kidding me?
It was in the agreement. It was in the agreement that we only found out about at the last minute, and then were put into a position where we had to decide within 30 days for whatever reason. I don't know. And then they said, okay, well, you missed the deadline, so we're not going to talk about the hospital anymore. And in fact, we're never going to give this land back again. So I thought
that's why the statute was there. The AG's got to act on behalf of our people. Part of our acting on behalf of the people is so we don't go broke. That was 20 years ago when we fought the bond bill, where we didn't have, ruinous borrowing, not having the collateral and the property values. It all comes back to money. Government corruption all comes back to money.
Sure feels, got that feel like there might be some questionable things going on, and BJ Cruz continues to find it. Have you gotten any deeper into any potential investigations based on the questionable findings of Department of Homeland Security and Civil Defense?
Well, right now, like I mentioned before, that is one of the top reports that the Government Corruption Division is looking at. So I'm very comfortable that it's our office is working with BJ.
Hope something comes out of that sometime soon. KUAM reporting that you have released from the Eagle's Nest a comprehensive anti-crime bill. I've only just printed it out, and there's a number of points that you want to make in this about speedy trial, right to right reform, 48 hours to magistrate, etc. In a nutshell, can you give me the deets on this so that our listeners can understand what it is that you're trying to get from the legislature?
They will not be doing Doug Moylan any favors by passing this bill. They're going to be doing the people of Guam an extreme favor of protecting us, keeping us safe, and that is what this bill is all structured against. You need a strong attorney general, a strong attorney when you have your client. You want an attorney that's strong in order to win in court. Our winning is not for us personally, for me personally. It's for the people. The people of Guam are the ones that benefit from this. And the most important provision, I listed all 10 of them down with our good oversight chairwoman, is the lockdown that port. Do not let anything out without an inspection for meth. And fentanyl, hopefully, fentanyl doesn't hit Guam, but again, a month ago, go to YouTube. The U.S. Attorney's Office went down in Long Beach, California, and mapped out exactly those cargoes that are coming into Guam. The Chinese connection, the container locks that were being counterfeited. These guys over here, it's only off by one number. Well, that's the tampering. One number, $150 a month. Are you kidding me? So anyways, that's one of 10. Other provisions like mandatory reporting for criminality within the government for all government employees, the releasing conditions. The key thing with the meth addicts and the repeat offenders, don't release them. And if you do release them, one shot. You got one shot. And for the meth addicts, immediate referral to a provider. Usually the meth addicts don't show up. The first thing they don't do is show up, right. But don't have another hearing. Just issue an automatic bench warrant like Judge Barcenas normally did over the decades I've practiced before him. You don't do what I tell you, here's your automatic bench warrant. They get picked up, got brought in court, and then you don't get released. The criminality, the catch, release, reoffend problem that's addressed by this bill, the deportation, oh my goodness. The judges are now questioning the stipulated deportations. Are you kidding me? This is the most popular program that we've got. Everybody wants these non-U.S. citizens out of here. Now the judges are, they're starting to question it. So make it legislation. Just like this governor that doesn't want to check the port that's under her control, make it a legislation. Make it a law. Quit this double talking and slow walking a better life for us in the community. This bill protects our people.
I got to challenge you, Doug, on the port thing. I don't disagree. The idea that there is, X number of pounds of methamphetamine that are coming in from the post office, and a tiny, tiny fraction of that has been detected over at the port makes absolutely no sense. But let's talk about the time motion and the impact of 100%. Number one, I'm asking because everybody else asked me, can we do 100% inspection of all of the?
Ray. Look at what they're doing at the border. When those, they've made programs out of it. Those X-ray machines, when they pass that container through, when the X-ray, the monitor sees those areas, and then you got the dogs. The other question you would ask those that question this: what's the consequence of not doing it? Well, go to court every day and see all the meth addicts. Talk to a meth addict family and see what they did to them, having to throw them out because they're taking everything in the house. Mm-hmm. Look at the homeless encampments. Look at the poor. That is what meth is doing to our community. So, I laugh at it, and I'm not trying to be flippant, But look at what we've been dealing with the last 2 years, a little in the last 6 years in our community. Meth addicts are destroying, and the ability to fix a meth addict, good luck. Look at those, the adult drug court, the failure rate of those people, and we're not just talking about failure rate after 18 months of treatment. We're talking about failure rate after 2 years, 3 years, they get back into the meth use. You need to drive the price up and reduce the quantity, and the only way you're going to do that is economics. Track it at that port. And the post office is just a fraction. 185 pounds in 2024 was detected. That's what they could detect with the dogs and the federal inspectors. Guam's port, 0.5 pound. That's less than a pound. Just basically nothing. So,
yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So, I mean, obviously, the tools at your disposal might include investigation, perhaps even finding now that we've got a new boss of the FBI, maybe they can get a little bit more action on some of the things that you'd like to work with them together on. And it would not be, in my mind, far-fetched, because you do have time, motion, logistic issues trying to inspect every single container that comes into the port of Guam. Hold it. Hear me out. I mean, if you get some traction with the governor, could not the governor asked Dr. General Mike Cruz to enlist the aid of members of the Guard and Reserve?
That's in our proposal, Ray. That's in our proposal. You know, and just the fact that the governor doesn't want to meet on it speaks volumes. Anyone that slow walks this, it's a common sense approach to the problem. Inspect those containers. Inspect those trucks. Look at our report, the 100-page report we did in just within a few weeks. The customs inspectors that came forward to us saying that there's 150 tampered with container locks that are coming every 30 days, Ray. You know, the fact that I even have to explain this to people is mind-boggling when you see the damage that meth addicts are doing to us. Put yourself in the position of being a victim of a meth addict. Oh, I'm sorry. 2 of them are already dead. The Valentine's Day murder and the Korean tourist. That ends the whole equation. When a meth addict is going out there and killing us because they need a fix, when they're staking out Payless in order to look for their next victim, or grocery store in Dedido, and then going to Tamuning and killing that woman that Valentine's Day night just for a few bucks so they can get their next fix.
My life is worth a whole lot more than that, and I would hope that that those that we elect to represent us and care for us would I don't know, have more empathy for all of the rest of it, as you say, the victims of crystal methamphetamine. There was a story. Was that yesterday? We did the story about that woman that went crazy because they tried to get her car. Oh yeah. And what did she? She was out on a $3,000 personal recognizance.
No, $1,000.
$1,000. Who was the guy? We did another story yesterday, and another judge apparently, and they didn't say in the report who the judge was. So I hope you come up with another report out of the Attorney General's office on all of these thugs that are getting picked up on legitimate charges that are being released on personal recognizance. I thought we weren't doing that anymore. No, they're still doing it. Absolutely. And it's the magistrate judges that are doing it. It's the judiciary, but I will compliment the judiciary. They're changing. There's changes. You can see it in the prison overcrowding is the biggest change. You see that they're not releasing them much. But how many more crime victims have to happen every 30 days because of all this? Look at our report. Go to our website. Look at that cash release report. Every 30 days we issue it. The number's going up. What does that mean? Well, that's the defensive game when I've got to send my prosecutors. I've got to hire them from off island, bring them in, get them trained, and put them back in the fight. Shut that port down. Get everything checked before it releases. It gets out of that port. You know, this is a slow walk that is benefiting the drug dealers to make more money so that they can launder it probably in some government elected leaders' campaign. You know, that's the type of criminality. That's why RICO was set up by the feds. Racketeer influence corrupt organizations, because those drug dealers try to become legitimate businesses and launder the drug money back into the system. And it deals with banks, it deals with companies, it deals with elected leaders, and that's why that Port Authority general manager and the governor scrutinized. Why are they not wanting to fix this problem? They're always coming up with excuses. Well, they say we're doing everything that we can. We have this program and we have that program.
Put me in charge, Ray, and I'll do everything that can be done. And it included National Guard, by the way. If you looked at our proposal, also to put them on the 6 points on Guam, look at the oceans. Those cargo ships are probably dumping that meth right before they go into the port. That skiffs down in the south of Guam where you can put your fishing boats in the water and nobody sees you. Those are the ones that the conservation officers have to stake out. The National Guard has to watch the oceans, and then. Well,
we've got a Coast Guard, and drug interdiction is a big part of their mission.
But our local side, that's federal, right? The Coast Guard and with the Biden administration and the transition that's happening now, we hope good things are going to happen. But until that happens, we can clean our own house, right? And if I was the governor, if you got a good governor in there, they could do it with one executive order. National Guard, you are hereby going to do all your beautiful operations that they like to use those beautiful equipment with. This is your operation from this point forward for the next 6 months. We want you to monitor the oceans. We want you to bring in every boat that comes in and inspect them. Inspect all those fishing boats. I've even heard that they're putting it on the bottom of the hulls of those the fishing boats. Again, what is it? Just Pirates Cove. All that meth that was found on his beach, they're doing it right out, and that's why
I think that was cocaine.
That we're sending.
Yeah, I think that was coke. But a point well taken. A point well taken. There might be drugs that are being thrown overboard or coming loose from whatever the lashings are, and that's some of how it gets here. I don't have any points to disagree with you on. I just like I said, there's the time motion, and if we need to bring in extra people to get it done, the same way that they used our guard guys to watch over the hotels and maintain all the quarantine guests during COVID-19.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, they were using the armor to stop us on the streets and just warn us we shouldn't be out.
Right.
Well, don't point a gun at me when you're doing it.
6:58, almost 7 o'clock in the morning. Attorney General Doug Moylan. Sorry, couldn't get your week started off with all this kind of talk yesterday, but we got it in on a Tuesday morning. You've got your work cut out for you, and unfortunately, I just see that it looks like somebody took advantage of some rumor and hearsay to claim that the Dignity Project had fallen through a crack.
Oh God. Here we go, another bunch of the social workers and the social service providers. This is going to happen. AG is going to do it. I'll teach those guys how to help people.
Get it done. Get her done.
That's
6:59 and change. Attorney General Doug Moylan on the point here this morning, expressing a number of points. I think there were a number of the frustrated listeners yesterday, right? We got a woman that she hadn't paid on her rent-a-car on her Barbie mobile for 6 months, or something like that, and then the owners rightfully came after her, and she decides that she was going to ram the tow truck, bang, 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 and then threw a tantrum at the precinct, and so it's clearly a woman
threw herself down like a child.
Assault with a deadly weapon, if you ask me. And yeah, she did the ragdoll thing in front of the cops. Oh my God! And here comes the judge going, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to let you out for $1,000 on personal recognizance. Back in the older body days, it would have been, we're going to let you out $1,000 personal recognizance. Use that money, buy an airplane ticket, and never ever come back. I need more of that, not less of it. 7 o'clock in the morning. KUSG, I got you. 93.3 is the point. We are live on the rumble.com, Facebook Live, and point.gu, as well as YouTube. Here's the news.
A fourth year of war begins in Ukraine. Lisa Brady, Fox News. But President Trump says it could end in weeks, just holding a joint news conference with French President Emmanuel Macron.
We want to save lives. We want to bring prisoners back and bring back families and children, because there's also a humanitarian tragedy affecting the Ukrainian people.
Macron says security guarantees are needed for Ukraine, but that President Trump had good reason to re-engage with Russia's President Putin. President Trump says he's close to securing an economic deal with Ukraine. Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky could travel to Washington as soon as next week, President Trump says, to sign a partnership with the U.S. for Ukraine's rare earth minerals.
Where we get our money back over a period of time, but it also gives us something where I think it's very beneficial to their economy, to them as a country.
Sitting next to French President Emmanuel Macron, President Trump also says Ukraine's security can be backed with European peacekeepers, a proposal he says Russian President Vladimir Putin would accept.
Well, President Putin says he has not discussed resolving the Ukraine conflict in detail with President Trump. In remarks broadcast on state TV, also saying Russian and American negotiating teams did not discuss details when they met last week in Saudi Arabia. President Trump says he blames U.S. leadership for letting other countries take advantage of the U.S.
Every aspect that you can imagine they took advantage of. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this? So the tariffs will go forward, yes, and we're going to make up a lot of territory.
Doubling down on his plan for reciprocal tariffs, while also suggesting delayed tariffs on Canada and Mexico will go forward, despite their leaders' efforts to ramp up border security. A mixed finish on Wall Street, the Dow up 33 at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Wendy's is back with a great meal deal. The 2 for $8 deal is the perfect way to satisfy both your hunger and your wallet. With this limited time offer, you don't have to compromise on flavor, quality, or savings. Whether you're tackling resolutions or you're treating yourself, Wendy's delivers double the delicious for less. Mix, match, and choose any 2 from the Dave's Single, Spicy, or Classic Chicken and 10-piece crispy or spicy nuggets. That's right. Pick any 2 for just $8 only at Wendy's.
Di ang inyong bangko na tapat sa serbisyo. Tunay na kaibigan na handa para sa inyo. Ang bangko ng kinabukasan, laging maaasahan. And Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
A man convicted of killing a Dutch soldier in Indiana is sentenced.
It's 105 years in prison after a jury last month found
the defendant Shamar Duncan guilty of count 1 murder, a felony,
and attempted murder in a shooting outside a downtown Indianapolis hotel in 2022, following a fight in which prosecutors say Duncan instigated. Simi Poetsema, a Dutch Special Forces soldier, died after being shot in the head. 2 of his colleagues were shot and injured. The soldiers were visiting Indianapolis on their day off from training in southeast Indiana. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Drug compounders are now suing the Food and Drug Administration over the FDA's decision to remove weight loss and diabetes drugs Wegovy and Ozempic from the drug shortage list. That decision cuts the ability of compounders to sell cheaper versions of the drugs. Drug maker Novo Nordisk had sued compounding pharmacies and medical spas for selling unapproved versions of the drugs, while also pressing the FDA to stop compounders from making them. Job cuts at Starbucks. The coffee giant says it's eliminating more than 1,000 corporate staffers and will not fill several hundred open positions.
CEO Brian Nichols says the cuts are needed to streamline operations. He says the move will eliminate duplications, remove corporate layers, and will help the company become more focused. Starbucks has been dealing with sales declines. Its customers have been looking for more affordable coffee or were avoiding long wait times. Starbucks says the layoffs will not impact roasting, manufacturing, warehousing, distribution, or workers at cafes.
Fox's Ginny Cosola recapping stocks after Friday's plunge. A small rebound for the Dow, finishing up 33 points after a bigger gain during the session. But the S&P and the NASDAQ extending their losses, the NASDAQ dropping more than 200 points. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chell in San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Celebrating the 176-year anniversary of American President Lines, APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and are here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit APL.com. APL, global presence with a local home.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Alpha Day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on the point. 39-year-old Cassie Lynn Fuller faces charges for meth possession and theft following two separate incidents. On Sunday in Tumon, police responded to reports of a woman crying and smoking meth. A pat-down revealed a glass pipe with meth residue. Fuller was also linked to a theft in Dedido in July, where she stole food and clothing worth $110. Surveillance footage showed her taking items from a garage. Fuller is charged with meth possession, a felony, and theft. She was held on $5,000 bail and could face 6 years in prison if convicted. Meanwhile, Public Auditor B.J. Cruz says it's both ridiculous and necessary to pass laws forcing GovGuam agencies to submit audit information on time. He says delays have slowed audits, including the government-wide financial report, which was more than a year late. Two bills aim to fix this. One sets deadlines with fines for late submissions. The other withholds agency heads' pay if they don't provide audit documents. Cruz says he just wants the information, adding that his staff now resorts to using public records requests to get it. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed the company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Be Heartfelt, a nonprofit fighting weekend hunger, needs donations and volunteers to keep feeding Guam's children. The Meal Pack program gives 300 students food every Friday, but pantries are empty. Founder Lori Marsh Marble says juice boxes, noodles, and snacks are urgently needed. Volunteers can also help pack meals. A food drive is set for this Friday and Saturday at all Cost You Less locations from 4 to 7. To donate or to volunteer, visit BeHeartfelt.com. And UOG will celebrate its 56th Charter Day on Thursday, March 6th. This year's theme is Island Wisdom, from Island Wisdom to Global Impacts. UOG President Anita Borja Enriquez says the event highlights how the university shares island knowledge worldwide. Acting Governor Josh Tenorio says lawmakers must work together to secure funding for UOG's mission. Acting Lieutenant Governor Frank Blas Jr. says the university's research can help with tourism and military readiness. Charter Day also honors the university's 73 years of service. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Dude, so I'm looking at this story you touched on a little bit last hour. Triple J exporting Tinian produce to Guam. And it's a great story. I've been, I remember when they first came out with Tinian beef back in the 80s, late 70s, early 80s. That was, we would get it at the house all the time. Grandma seemed to prefer to cook with all of that. And the story goes, in the last few months, Jonah Jones says the farm has focused on the Saipan and Guam markets, producing and exporting homegrown produce, green beans, bell peppers.
Ooh, love beans.
Eggplant, which obviously grows here.
Yeah, eggplant.
Tomatoes, zucchini. Here's one for you, Joe. Sweet potato.
Yeah.
They got Tinian
I'll
sweet
take
potato.
that.
I like cucumbers, cantaloupes, watermelon, lettuce, okra, bitter melon, hot chilies, jalapeno chilies, and a variety of herbs, which is about all of the vegetables that you would need to buy. So the question is,
man, they're
why
farming over there?
Yeah, well, Tinian was a major farm and agricultural area before the Second World War. The Japanese, they did a whole lot of that stuff back then.
Let's support kind of local.
As far as I'm concerned, it's local. It's Mariana's.
Kind of local.
The new Mariana's homegrown, if you will.
Yeah.
So where can I buy all of this stuff? It is. What stores can I go? Is just Payless the only one? So far. Okay. Well, they got one near my house. Would be cool. It'd be even cooler. Like farmer's market. Like a Ganya, it's like Wednesday night market in a Ganya, or Thursday night food truck night,
full on fruits,
something
and
like
veggies,
that. We get that spot on the old administration building. Maybe we could expand that a little bit more so the Jones family can come out there and like farm to table the whole thing, right? Just saying. Just saying, always opportunities for stuff like that. Congratulations, Triple J family. 7:11 in the morning. The weather today is going to be absolutely gorgeous, just like your girlfriend here. Mostly sunny with highs near 85 degrees. Northeast winds 10 to 18 miles an hour, gusting as high as about 23. I got mostly cloudy tonight, though, with overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Mostly sunny on Wednesday. Again, daytime highs 85. Partly cloudy on Wednesday night. Mostly sunny on Thursday with isolated showers and highs near 85 degrees. Mostly cloudy again on Thursday night. That looks like the weather we've got for you all weekend long. There's not much in the Pacific that is going to be moving around and influencing the weather that we've got around here. I think that's the story I'd get from Landon Idlet if he was on the phone and in town. But you can make that out for yourself. You can see where Guam is. And, yeah, there is some chop down to the south of us, but that's going to be that'll blow away by noon today, and that's going to leave some clearer skies behind towards the afternoon. Sunset tonight at 6:29. If you're going to the beach today, yeah, maybe. High surf advisories, rip currents in effect, fire danger watches, and just a note here. I'm not sure exactly what was going on, but yesterday afternoon between 2 and 4:30 or so, the number of women in bikinis on the area between Weston and Fujita Beach.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's a good ratio.
I'm just, maybe people they're like got days off in the beginning or the middle of the week, and they decided to go and take advantage of the beautiful weather that we've got, and so they did. Maybe you've got the same capacity. I'll be looking for you in your bikini later on. 7:13 on the Ray Gibson Show. More like this on the way.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better.
The strongest connections are built on the best network. Docomo Pacific has you covered with business fiber internet speeds up to 5 gigs and hybrid fiber internet speeds up to 200 megabits per second. Transform your business connectivity with fast, reliable, and affordable fiber solutions. And the best part, you can save even more when you bundle DTV and mole services. Visit business.docomopacific.com/fiber for everyone to learn more. Some conditions apply.
7:14, Ray Gibson Show. E-Volt over at Take Care. If you know, you know. If you're already a Take Care member, easy enough to get in there and see Gina stand on her machine. It's the E-Volt body reader, basically. And in 60 seconds, it will use sophisticated electronics to determine 40 different data points in your body. Data points that could lead to your success in moving forward on your health journey, or other things that you need to know, like how much visceral fat do you have lurking in and around your organs. It detects that. It will even detect your waist circumference, a great measure of your health. Check it out today. Get your reservations in. You can do it online. Pick out a half hour or so of your weekday, and she'll sit down with you and analyze some of those points, give you some guidance on moving forward with diet, nutrition, and we're going to do this with Food Journey. 7:14 on the Ray Gibson Show. Portions also brought to you by the anniversary crowd that is APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Quarter after 7 o'clock in the morning, it's the Ray Gibson Show. I hope you're enjoying it so far. More news with Donna D later on. Jerry Roberts, drive time expert, coming in. In fact, today you get 2 times Jerry Roberts. You'll get him on the radio here in the Extra Point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. And then if you're driving around looking for some entertaining reading, something that you can use at work, the Work Zone with Jerry Roberts is a feature that sometimes shows up in the Guam Daily Post. In fact, it's in there today. In the meantime, also in the back pages of today's Guam Daily Post, you can find all the big hearings and get-togethers and notices of what the government of Guam is going to be up to. Some interesting things over the last couple of days. I always like to see what they're doing over at the ABC, Alcohol and Beverage Control, because it gives me an idea of...
Oh, you had me at alcohol.
Dude, no, because they got all these events that don't normally take place in bars and restaurants, kind of outdoor things. Yeah, some happenings, and this is a great way to find out what some of them are. The first week of March of 2025 will feature a get-together with the Mayor's Council Council of Guam. And
I like it already.
Current president, Pika's best mayor, Jess Alec, joins me now to talk about some of the highlights that he can expect in that meeting. Buenos and Alpha Day, Mayor. How you doing?
Alpha Day, good morning. I'm doing okay. How about you guys?
You know what? We're so good, Lai. Everything is going wonderful. It feels like everything I'm touching these days turns to gold, so let me touch you.
Right?
So what again?
Oh my God!
So I was noticing as I'm looking in the back pages, I wanted to see. Oh, look, the mayor's council going to be getting together. What is it that's going to be on their things to talk about list? And it includes the 81st Guam Liberation. It's still February, but never too early to start talking about among the biggest obligation with the highest expectations for a good time from all of the people of Guam. That is the liberation festivities, huh?
Yeah, that's always always a big deal, and we're always trying to figure out how to get it done. But this year, I think you're going to find something a little different with the Queen's contest. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to share some of that, some updates by then. Actually, I know we will be. And so that's something to look forward to. I know that
Is it going to be a real beauty contest, or is it going to be another one of those where they sell tickets?
That's so, well, of course, yeah. I mean, I'm sure we've discussed this before, so somewhere out there. And it's going to there's going to be this hybrid of sorts, right? So I can't explain it too much because I don't know the details.
Yeah.
But I do know that it is something that is going to change, or I believe that will change this year. And so I know there's a couple of people already raising money, right? So my thing is, of course, this competition, this Queen's competition, that kind of brings us the money, right? That's our moneymaker for the most part. Ever since we stopped having casinos, so if we don't use that as a source for income, then we'll need to figure out how else to make it work, right? So
bring back the casino. Bring back the casino, and we can have the girls sell tickets as well. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. You know, it's one of those things that we do. It's only for the carnival, and it raises money that is needed to be able to pull off the liberation festivities and make it so that we can start planning ahead. Can you imagine if we made a lot of money off the casino and the games of chance and games of skill, etc.? Can you imagine if we used that money in the future to be able to subsidize purchase of our own liberation equipment, Ferris wheel and merry-go-rounds, all of that stuff?
That's the beauty about having new members, right? So there's new energy, and there's more ideas, different ideas. So yeah, of course, those things are still on the table, and we're asking. I know I have not sent in a letter to the governor asking about casino. I haven't done that because that hasn't been fully discussed at the council level, or whether or not someone wants to pursue it. But
what are you guys afraid of? What are you afraid of? Josh needs the mayors more than the mayors need Josh.
Yeah. Well, right. But no, I don't think it's not that anyone's afraid. It's, sometimes it's our capacity, right? How much we can do. And that's why we've always leaned on other people to help, other agencies in the past, like GVB and others. So because
you don't have Carl at GVB. You don't have Carl at GVB. You'll find out later this week that it's going to be Regine. I don't know what her level of commitment is going to be to the 81st Guam Liberation.
You're so funny. Okay. Man, I can't really laugh too hard.
You didn't hear?
I want to laugh. No, I didn't. You're so crazy. Anyway.
I'm so glad I make my buddy. This is why you speak his best. I love making you laugh. I swear to God, I love making you laugh.
I'm a little under the weather, but I can't laugh so much but I want to laugh. Anyway, so Ray, if we had everyone who could focus, people that could just focus on that primarily on liberation, then we would. Honestly, that's one of the reasons why I've always been pushing to remove the responsibility from the Mayor's Council of Guam. But it has never seen, I can't say, I don't know, not too many people we don't know who else to shove it over.
Give it back to Angel. He's at Parks and Rec.
Well, yeah, right. We could do that now. We can't do that now because I don't think we'll have enough time. But, can we? Yeah. We just have to do it by law because it is in the law. So yeah, I mean, like you said, there's the possibility is there, and it just again, sometimes I feel like even though we have this new energy in the council and with new members, I still feel like there's, so there's someone else better. There's definitely someone else better who can handle this. But because that's not how it's going to happen this year, we're gonna move forward.
Yeah.
And again, like the casino, we have not yet discussed it fully, and I have not yet made official request to the governor.
Yeah, make an official request. Let's push that issue here. I think that's important.
Yeah.
There was also, you guys are also going to be talking about funeral escorts. Does the mayor's council want to wash their hands of that as well?
Well, we don't want to make it sound like that. I think so. Basically, we want to follow the law, and the law we want to, just like everyone else, to be law-abiding citizens. So we should follow suit. And the law doesn't allow us to do certain things. It doesn't allow us to use certain equipment. And the two are the lights that some use and the sirens. And so because those are against the law, we're making it a council policy that we will no longer be conducting or coordinating these funeral escorts. It's not a Jesse Alec law. I mean, it's come up so many times within my term as president that it might seem like it's my law, but it's not. And a lot of there's people saying that, well, it's because what Jesse Alec wants. It's not what I want. It's what the law says. And we did have the chief of police and the fire department come to us, in a meeting to talk about what the law says. Mm-hmm. And then we make a decision. Do we want to follow the law or are we breaking the law? So if we conduct these and coordinate these funeral escorts, we're breaking the law. We're breaking the law. So that means actually since the beginning of last month, I sent out a letter to the funeral homes to let them know that it is against the law for us to be doing this and that making these requests to us would not be in the best interest of public safety. Of course, business can do whatever they want to do, right? We can't tell you what not to do, and I'm not going to tell you what to do. But
if they want the escort, they're going to need to get the police escort, and I don't know if that's the effective use of the manpower, et cetera.
And then after the law, now we have to talk about the training. And so it's very clear that none of our employees, nor the mayors or the vice mayors, have received the type of training that the police and law enforcement have regarding traffic escorts and regarding traffic direction. We received the minimum training for traffic control because we do that within our secondary and tertiary streets, like for
5Ks, et cetera. Yeah, but we're talking about major highways where we've got this we've got the race. The girl in one squad car who's got to stop traffic for everybody. Another car passes by, gets to the next intersection, and they do this leapfrog game sometimes for miles and miles and miles. I was behind one that started off in like Harmon, and I lost them around Petey, around your place. It was, I think they were headed to Nimitz or something. But certainly something that's worth a community-wide conversation. So I hope it happens. And finally, just because I'm curious, man, I should have got you before Doug. Have you got the keys to the old USO yet?
No, I have not got those keys. I told you, mate, one more year, and it's gonna come. I told you already, right? And I said that many times. You can't be.
What's going to happen in a year? Migo, what do you suppose is going to happen in 1 year that's going to make that kind of a difference? He's not going to win. Joe S. is running against him.
Yeah, I know.
So what does that tell you about the state of the Democratic Party of Lou and Josh?
I told you now. I want to laugh. That was a good one.
Don't make him laugh. He's sick. Pica's best mayor, Jess Allen. If I said anything wrong to your knowledge, you're obligated to catch me on that. But so far, I think I've been correct on everything.
I feel like, well, just so that you know, everyone asks about that still, right? I'm like, hey, it's as far as I know, it's Governor's Legal Counsel now, right? It's back up there. There's some issues that need to be ironed out. Like the last time I reported it was The AG took a look at it, got out of the AG's office. Now there was an ancestral land issue. The ancestral land issue supposedly is being resolved now, and that is being done through the governor's legal counsel. So,
can they hurry up? They got all of the good legal counsels that the old attorney general had. They've all found their way over to AdLoop. And so what the highest and best use of their time is to have FOIAs out to the attorney general's office because he hired his chick?
Well, everything, it's about timing. I told you, my friend. It's timing.
7:27. Speaking of timing, I got to let you run. I got Jerry Roberts. He's really excited about today's Extra Point. We started the conversation yesterday, and we got part 2 coming up in a sec. I'll see you soon, Mayor.
Okay.
Hope you're feeling better soon. It's 7:27. As I said, you get 2 times Jerry Roberts today in the Extra Point. You got him on the radio now, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. And then you've got the Work Zone in today's Guam Daily Post. And today's Work Zone, a manager's job developing talent.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're going to want to take a look at that, provided for you in the Post, absolutely free for $1. Now, with today's Extra Point, there's Jerry Roberts. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning, sir.
Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Thank you very much. Jason was a star server at an upscale, popular restaurant. After coming on board, he quickly became a favorite of customers and coworkers alike. After several months, while his job performance was top-notch and he remained a favorite of customers, his attitude toward and treatment of coworkers had gone from great to bad to worse. Rick, the general manager, had counseled Jason, but with little success. Finally, it all came to a head when Rick had to terminate him over straight-up insubordination. However, firing Jason did not bring closure to the matter. I'll tell you why next on the Extra Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
So Jason had been great at first, but had been a problem for the past few months. Rick, his boss, respected his talents with customers and that he was an asset to the restaurant in terms of revenue. However, when Jason showed up to work 2 hours late for a busy dinner shift, refused to discuss the issue, and then mouthed off to him, Rick felt he had no choice but to fire him on the spot. As soon as the kitchen closed for the night and all customers were gone, Rick pulled the team into a meeting to let them know the news. People were tired after a tough shift, but most broke into smiles, laughter, and a few high fives. The head chef broke out a tray of the restaurant's signature cheesecake to celebrate. Everybody thanked Rick for taking the needed action. Rick arrived back to work before lunch the next day and was met with the usual pile of messages, including one from the company's HR manager, Tara. He got a cup of coffee, went to his office, and sat down to open mail, his normal routine. The call to Tara would be anything but normal. She told Rick that Jason had gone to the company's main office and caught up with Mark, the owner. Jason told him that he'd had a bad day and simply lost track of time. He didn't understand why Rick had been so harsh with him. Surely, with how hard he worked and how his sales numbers and popularity were so important to the restaurant, maybe he could get a break. Rick was about to challenge what Tara told him when she said, "Mark told me to put him back on the payroll. He wants you to call Jason and get him back in before he signs on with a competitor. He thinks Jason will agree if you offer an apology for your earlier decision." Well, stunned isn't the word for what Rick felt. He said nothing for what must have seemed an eternity. Finally, Tara had to ask if he'd heard her. He told her that he had, but didn't have anything to say. He wasn't thinking of a response for her, but what could he possibly say to the team to prepare them for Jason walking back through the door. Minutes passed, and Rick's emotions went from shock to dread to anger that he hadn't been consulted before the decision was made to rehire Jason, to outrage that his boss wanted him to apologize. To shorten the story, Jason returned, and nothing much changed. He was still arrogant, still a pain in the butt, and still easily the most popular server with customers. In the weeks following his reinstatement, a half-dozen team members quit. Rick helped them to get new jobs. And within 90 days, Rick moved on as well. Now, what do we learn here? Corporate decisions can have a negative impact on frontline management and team morale. If a senior leader overrules a manager in the case of personnel matters without bothering to investigate first, it sends a signal that the company's priorities are out of whack. Retaining Jason sent a message to the team that toxic behavior could be overlooked if an employee was bringing in the money. Ray will acknowledge it when I say that many star salespeople are allowed to get away with all sorts of things simply because they, quote unquote, make it rain. Now, I get that we want to retain great sales talent, but when trouble is part of the package and double standards for behavior follow, it erodes trust in management. The obvious question is, how could an owner make the decision to rehire an employee who was fired for cause without first talking to the manager who took the action? In my opinion, the better solution would have been for Mark to ask Rick if he would be willing to consider keeping Jason if and only if Jason accepted responsibility for his actions and apologized to the team and to Rick. Rick would likely agree with that, and then it would be up to Jason to clean up his act. If he didn't, there wouldn't be a third chance. If that concept was presented to me, I might not be thrilled about it, but I could get behind it and sell it to team members. Instead, Mark made a snap judgment based on the money factor alone. A lot of people were unhappy, and it cost him in the long run. Be careful out there. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Burn the place down. Kill it with fire. That's the only way to get rid of it. Nuke it from space, Jerry. It's the only plan. It's the only solution. A tough spot to be in.
I've seen
Napalm, baby.
I've seen stuff like that go down.
We had a name for it at one of the shops I worked at. We called that friendly fire. Where you've got your own team is throwing grenades into the trenches where you and everybody else is trying to get things lined up. And it's corporate ain't helping. What's the lineup from the home office? I'm here to help. You never want to hear any of that stuff. It's 7:34. There's all kinds of winning going on. President Trump with a statement earlier this morning talking about how close they may or may not be to working out a deal between Putin and Zelensky. Also hearing about Apple company that says they are going to expand $500 billion worth of investment, hiring 20,000 people over the next 4 years. Expansion construction plan from coast to coast in the United States of America. They are reshoring Apple. We know that Stargate and Elon Musk are making significant investments. They're working on something with Nippon Steel, as a matter of fact, and they've got some deals working with Saudi Arabia as well. And what's his name? Dan Bongino now, number 2 over at the FBI. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting time, and I'm trying to figure out when they're done draining the swamp, what do we put in it afterwards? I'm thinking goldfish. Because there's an aesthetic, maybe a koi thing, in what used to be
koi.
What used to be the swamp. All right, well,
yeah.
But it is
Some
not
lotus flowers.
It is not without its fits and starts. Elon Musk and by extension President Trump have been criticized because Elon Musk has asked all federal government employees to send an email and let me know what 5 things you did today. And I think the deadline is end of business or midnight tonight. In the States. Otherwise, there's going to be a whole lot of people, if you don't send anything in, we'll consider that your resignation. I know you got a thought or two.
He hasn't got the authority to do it, first of all. That I was going to do this tomorrow, so let's.
Well, this is lay the groundwork.
That's all right. That's fine. He doesn't have the authority to do that. He can't fire those people. That's number one. The second thing is, it's ill-advised at this point. All of Trump's directors have been approved for those agencies. It's up to them now to deal with staffing patterns.
Yeah.
Okay, who should stay, who should go, how many you need. They need a little time to get in there and figure those things out. So an email that says, if you don't give me 5 things, you're out of here. No. I mean, and I mean, the larger thing, story I'll tell tomorrow about what this is about and should be. But he should not have sent it. I mean, at this point, you've had 4 months to gloat about winning.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, after 4 years of Biden, you deserve at least 4 months. Okay, to do that, and you've had a month in office, and you're making progress. Now is the time for reasoned, mature behavior to take place of all the gotcha and the stuff that's going on in normal politics. Now's the time to make serious points about we found this and we're finding more. And don't come out if it's not trillions. Don't say it's trillions. Say it's billions.
Yeah.
If it's not billions, say it's millions. I mean, now's the time to get straight about this and to come out in a reasoned behavior. So that's
interesting take. I don't know. It's 4 months after inauguration. Maybe we'll go ahead and slow down after that. But 4 months after the election.
But for social media and people, I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do. From Trump's standpoint, though, and from Musk's standpoint, in all of this,
they've already hit the home runs.
The directors need to bring Doge in as a support mechanism and say, look, I want you to go through my agency. I want you to look,
identify,
and report back to me about what it is. And then, we'll make a joint statement about it, perhaps. But, I run this agency now. I'm responsible for it. I was the one that was confirmed. And I need to make the final decisions on staffing.
All right. If disagree, wait until you hear the whole thing tomorrow on Jerry Roberts with the Extra Point. And again, take a look at what he's written for the Guam Daily Post. 7:38. Got to jump into news and headlines right about now. And for that, we jump into Donna D with her news and headlines being brought to you by the guys over at Hoffaday Realty and BK Burger King. We're moving into the month of March, and the month of March has multiple Wednesdays in it, enough for every one of them to be an I Love the Whopper Wednesday. Details on some of the other cool deals that they've got. In the meantime, try the incredible melts while they still exist. News here again brought to you by Hoffaday Realty, Auntie Lolita, Jody, Saran, Limmy, and more. You got questions about real estate? Put it in an email. Ask them for the 5 biggest things going on in real estate right now. It's HoffadayRealty@gmail.com. Now with the news and headlines, Donna.
AG Doug Moylan is pushing for tougher crime laws, including 100% port inspections. His proposed bills include 10 provisions, including extending the speedy trial deadline to 70 days, excluding weekends from the 48-hour magistrate rule, and requiring all government employees to report crimes. It also proposes deportation pleas for certain offenders. Lawmakers are reviewing the proposal. Meanwhile, an audit of Guam's Medicaid program found $241.1 million in questionable payments due to outdated records and noncompliance. Senator Sabrina Salas Matinani raised concerns over the findings and the potential impact on Medicaid funding. Public Health acknowledges the issues and has provided a corrective action plan. And the Yucadu Power Plant's delayed activation will cost GPA $18.8 million more in its first year. The plant's costs rose due to Typhoon Mawar, contractor issues, and inflation, but GPA says customers will still save about $44 a month. The CCU will discuss bait rate changes today. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Okay, got you. 7:40 in the morning. Remind me a little bit later on, interesting story from the Hawaii Free Press, because today's Tuesday, brother.
Yeah, bro.
They're sending out all kinds of stories about 60 Chinese espionage cases in just the last 3 years, and China threat snapshot. The interesting part of the story, obviously, is the increase in the number of Chinese spy stories.
Hawaiians look Chinese too, bro.
But here's the thing. Is the story makes reference, Joe, to a PRC spy arrested in California who worked for a state lawmaker, and Chinese operatives that were arrested on Guam near a U.S. military installation the same day as a live ballistic missile interception test took place. Had you heard about that?
No.
Had you heard that
I
there
did
was
not hear about
somebody
that.
arrested, a Chinese espionage
But can we say
guy?
we told you so?
We should. Yeah.
Well, we told you
came in
so.
on one of those boats. 7:41 in the morning. I'm going to forego the traffic and the break here for just a second because I wanted to get some yak time for a big deal that's coming up this weekend. Dr. Sam Mabini, former Senator Dr. Sam Mabini, joins me now. Good morning, Doc. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Guam. Thank you for having us.
Not a problem. And she's joined by Joe Sanchez with the Department of Education, still in charge of curriculum, right, Joe?
Hey, good morning, Ray. Yes, absolutely. Still there.
But, bro, we need to get you in here one of these days and talk a little bit more about, what some of the challenges are with the Department of Education moving forward and, various changes in curriculum, maybe some of the stuff that could be coming to you based on what we may or may not be hearing from the Trump White House in Washington, D.C. I know that they're going to be looking at education in a big way, and I'll save any questions. I'll save any questions on that for a little bit later on. The reason why I've got both of these geniuses on the line right now is because there's going to be a CTE summit coming up here. It is going to be taken this weekend, right? This week?
That is correct.
Okay, give me some details, times, dates, places, and then let's talk about what's going to happen inside of this incredible summit.
Sure. Joe, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and clarify the event. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he's got a better connection, so I'm going to let Joe carry the lifting on this one. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, this is actually the 10th year of the Guam ACTE, and I'll have Sam talk a little bit more about that. But this year we wanted to do something a little different. I mean, not different in the sense that it's a change, but different in that we wanted to expand it to include more schools, more participants, and more presenters. Because what we've been talking at the Department of Education is that, in order for us to reach every student, in order for us to make sure that every student is prepared for adult life, this has to be a department-wide, island-wide effort. And we've got a lot of smaller programs in our schools. For example, Teesman High School has done an incredible job with the career academies. Every student is now a member of a career academy and participates in those activities. But we now, and every school has some form of CTE programs. We have a really strong relationship with Guam Community College. But, the idea is we want to be able to reach every student. So, the idea this year is, working with our teachers in this conference so that they can be exposed to a variety of different models and activities and, hopefully come up with a district-wide plan to strengthen all of our career and technical education programs.
And that's important. The ACTE, that's what it stands for, is Career and Technical Education. Sam, I'm going to ask you to call me back on another line, or better yet, a landline if it's possible. I'm getting a lot of noise on your circuit, so I'm going to let you go here. I'm going to bring in Charlie Hermosa as well. He's a part of this conversation. Charlie, welcome to the show.
Yes. Good morning, Ray. How are you? Good morning, Donna. And good morning, Joe.
Joe's got a lot of noise on his line as well. Joe, if you could do me a favor, there's a radio playing in the background. Turn it down. Quick questions that I've got as just somebody in business. I like the idea that there's career and technical education that we're making available to the kids, and delighted to hear that all of the students over at Teesman have joined in on this program here. And I got to ask Joe the question: are you noting as a curriculum kind of guy in the Department of Education, do you know that perhaps as a result of the kids being involved in these career technical education programs, is it improving some of the other scores, English and mathematics as examples? Are we seeing a little bit more proficiency as they realize, gee, if I want to know how to do this, then I better get a better handle on reading and writing in English and being able to do my numbers?
As an educator and somewhat of a stats person, I'm very cautious to make that claim yet because we don't have the data that shows that. But anecdotally, we know that that's going to happen because like I say with the teaching folks, it's not just talking to the teachers, but you have to talk to the students, because when you hear the students explain what they're doing in their academies, when you hear the students explain what they're learning, it really, really is inspirational. And we know that part of test scores and part of achievement is motivation and commitment to their education. And we see that that's actually happening. But we're waiting for at least another 2 to 3 years because we just took our first test last year. This year's going to be our second year, so we want to have at least 2 to 3 years to be able to make those types of assertions.
It's too bad we got to wait so long. Aren't there any intermediary research tests that you can conduct?
Well, I know right now we do our work keys. With the Guam Community College. That used to be a supplemental test that was only given to a few students who participate in the CTE program.
So everybody's doing work keys now?
Everybody does the work keys now, especially the ones who, before graduation, they have to take that test. And what we're seeing there is we're seeing a good number of percentage of our students who are looking proficient when it comes to work-ready skills. We're scoring definitely over 80%. Of work-ready skills. So that data is already available to us. The Smarter Balance scores, again, because it's just kind of like the first year, it's really hard to tell whether or not there's an improvement. But again, based on the students' enthusiasm, based on what the teachers are telling us, based on the graduation rates, I know that, one of our internal critiques is we have a high graduation rate, but we're really trying to make sure that we make the connection between graduation rates and whether or not the students are actually ready upon graduation. I know that's an assumption that everyone would like to make, but as educators, we know that sometimes that's not always the case.
All right, just real quick, Dr. Mabini, are you aware of anybody that's taken the work keys test and beat me yet?
Oh, what level are you?
I think I was gold.
Yeah, I think I'm gold too. Actually, there are quite a few graduates from Guam DOE that are platinum. Joe would know who those are. I think they came from JFK and high school.
Oh, that's sweet. Okay, well, I'm glad if they're beating me on that one, as long as it's not the people I know. Anyway, Charlie Hermosa on the line as well. Buenas and Hafide, welcome back to the radio, Charlie.
Yeah, buenas and good morning. Thank you so much, Ray.
Delighted to hear more about this. Not everybody was destined to go to college. Not everybody wants to go to college. Not everybody can afford to go to college. And I like the idea when we've got these kids that we can identify as maybe being lined up for one kind of a skill or another, and not necessarily pigeonholing them, but encouraging the enthusiasm for those different kinds of skills that could lead to lifetime employment or, for heaven's sakes, a big head start on getting a career going. You'll never find a greater advocate than myself. What do you think, Charlie?
No, absolutely, and that's really the idea, Ray. We want to be able to spark that knowledge between actually the educators and the industry leaders. Like, for example, for yourself on the radio. I mean, there's a lot of technical stuff that goes behind the scenes that some of these students may not know about that could spark an interest, right? So they could potentially intern with you, do a phenomenal job. You can teach them all the way from A through Z. And, they may or may not want to go to a traditional college direction. Maybe they go through trades, get electrical. But we want to be able to put that knowledge base, like for you to have that conversation with our educators so that the educators can relay that to the students and say, okay, because the question of why do I have to learn math? Why do I have to learn this? Well, now the teachers can say, well, you need to learn math because if you want to work on the radio, you need to at least understand X, right? And so, but we want to be able to bridge that gap between the educators and the industry, and really put the teachers at a way to be able to connect and have that knowledge base so that can relay that information over to the students. And the one thing that we're really working on is those soft skills as well, right? So we want to hear from employers. We want to hear from employers because the number one soft skill that we're hearing around everywhere is the fact that, hey, can we just teach our next generation? Hey, just when we say 8 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock. Please show up on time, right? Like that is, that is one simple soft skill that, they may or may not have been, accustomed to. So, but those are the things that we want to be able, that we want the teachers to hear that from the industry, from the folks that are hiring, that are creating industry. And so that's why this year is really so impactful.
We'll have another conversation between now and the start of everything. I'm going to close the loop here on this one with Dr. Sam Mabini. Among the problems that we have, though, and it's a good problem to have once we've identified from among the kids what it is that they'd like to learn about. It's not that the the curriculum already exists. Some of these things you gotta start working on and find people like Joe and Sam and Charlie to help you create the curriculum that you're going to be bringing into the classroom, so that these kids will be able to learn in a formal manner that A to Z that Charlie was talking about. Sam, tell me a little bit more about that process.
Well, this partnership that is happening this time around helps solidify exactly what you had talked about. As Joe had mentioned, there are a lot of great programs there that's helping students focus on their career pathways or whatnot. But a lot of these programs are very limited. A certain number of students is based on how much dollar amounts from federal funding or local funding. This time around, with Joe's initiatives and the superintendent's support, of course, we will work with them in being able to get as many teachers involved in this, so that it starts at a very foundational level at the curriculum, at the school level, middle school and high school, getting as many teachers involved. And so this year, last year, every year it grows. This year we're expecting about 130 plus, and some teachers are even flying up from CNMI and Republic of Marshall Islands to join in this big training initiative, so that all teachers can work together to help prepare our students to be work ready.
When? Where?
Great. So this Thursday, as a matter of fact, we're going to have a wonderful mixer. Teachers, business people like yourself, others are invited to come to Cars Plus, social setting, to get together, mix, shake each other's hands, thank teachers, and share ideas. That's Thursday evening, this Thursday evening, the 27th. Friday evening, February 28th, at the University of Guam Lecture Hall, there will be a panel discussion that includes key speakers, like, for instance, Tay O, who's the president of the Chamber of Commerce. We also have Commander Riga from the Marine Corps base, and other business people. And so that'll be from 5 to 8 p.m. at UOG. Our keynote speaker will be Dr. Roseanne Jones, and welcoming remarks by Dr. Anita Enriquez. On Saturday, March 1st, from 9 to 12 a.m., and actually it extends to 3 p.m., there will be workshops at John F. Kennedy High School. Everything could be learned about at our website, guamacte.org. Check it out and register.
Yeah, and like I said, we'll have this conversation again. I'm just looking over some of the big shots that are going to be participating on some of your panels. Vince Camacho from Camacho Calvo Law Group. My friend Selena Ashland, huge fan of the Philadelphia Eagles. Is going to be making a pitch for Island Equipment Company. And the buddy I grew up with, Ken Reckdahl, Jared Baldwin from Harvest Ministries, Vince Borja, Senator Vince Borja, and Mel Mendiola from Gita. Looks like you got all the right people in there to start talking about how important something like this is going to be to help identify people that want to move into some of these trades positions, as well as being able to find the people that can apply the knowledge to them on a more formal kind of curricularized basis. I'm going to study up on a little bit more of the jargon here. I want to thank you guys for calling in this morning, and we'll get you lined up for an in-studio here in just the next couple of days. Good stuff. All right, shoots. 888-8255-888-TALK. That's the telephone number. My sister is clamoring for our friend Gina to call in. And anytime, Gina. Problem is, if I get Gina to call in, there's a very good chance that the conversation could meander to some of the obvious and maybe less obvious failings in the government of Guam. 7:55. We'll break. Come back with a look at traffic.
Whoa.
What happened? Did you already kill it?
No, we can take a break.
I can take a break. Okay. Just a second. I just want to. It's the CTE of the Ray Gibson Show, the curriculum, technical education of the Ray Gibson Show. I paused and I stopped down and did the call without doing the traffic. I do want to take a look at traffic just before 8, though. Be right back.
76 Circle K introduces My Rewards 2.0, the loyalty program you love made even better. Save 5 cents per gallon every day just for being a member. Earn 1 point for every dollar you spend on fuel or store purchases. Plus, get 5 bonus points for every gallon when you purchase mid-grade or premium fuel. Redeem your points for big savings like up to 75 cents off per gallon or $20 gift certificates. Plus, enjoy exclusive club rewards, free hot dogs, coffee, and more. Download the My Rewards app today from the App Store or Google Play. 76 Circle K My Rewards 2.0. Better rewards, bigger savings.
Oh, yeah. New melts are back at Burger King. Our classic melt features 2 flame-grilled burger patties, a quarter pound, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce on 2 slices of toasted bread. The Shroomin' Swiss with warm sliced sautéed mushrooms, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce. Also available in a bacony variation made for our super fans. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings, or halvesies and a refreshing Sprite. Available for a limited time only. BK, Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. You rule. 7:55, Cosendo writes, another soft skill. No mumbling when speaking or responding. Speak up, speak up. I'm an old guy. I need to be able to hear you. On screen right now is there's me, and then there's a look at the point.gu in the World Wide Web. And there you will find information about the calendar events that we were talking about, starting with tonight's Southern Mountain Gear 5K in Aganya, the Thursday night Stink and Drink free social run. But before or after that, it's getting into the mix. This is going to be the mixer for the ACTE Summit. The night before, it's going to be taking place over at the Cars Plus showroom. Then, of course, the details for the 2025 CTE Summit. You can click on that. If you've got events that you want to share, go to thepoint.gu, and you see where it says community right here. Let it hover there, and then submit an event absolutely free. Now, I heard the traffic music. Let me get to that right now and tell you where there might be some drive time traffic. Oh, wait. It's everywhere. There's drive time traffic everywhere in the picture. You can see the map just all by itself now if you're watching on the socials. Southbound Marine Corps Drive is usually pow meeting up with no traffic at Waiseng Song. Why it does that, we don't know. Somebody hand Tara from Hafaloa the remote control and let her fix that intersection. We've got traffic on 1 and 3. Traffic southbound from there is looking okay. And it seems to dry up as you get closer and closer to the Micronesia Mall. Nothing major there. Route 16 all the way down to 8, 10, and 16 is looking good. But the intersection itself, kind of ugly. On the 10 side and definitely on the Route 8 side, you're going to run into slower than normal traffic until you get into that one good intersection at Teedson where Joe Sanchez was calling from just a second ago. It's not much better on Route 4 either. Tai and then all the way up to I'm sorry, not Tai, but the Cost You Less intersection. It's slow going there, and then it looks like it's stop and go all the way up through Ordot. Should open up a little bit after you get past Sinahanya. Into downtown Agutya on Marine Corps Drive from ITC building. And that point south should be okay. Tiny bit of traffic looks like over in the East Aganya area. And if you're making your way all the way down to Big Navy and Sumai, it's sweet. There's no major traffic through there. It's odd that the heaviest stuff is up on Route 4. Yeah, right? It's, I was going, and then I hit Rob Slow down, and then it's like that. 888-825-5888-TALK. A couple of minutes before the top of the hour, no point to stopping and starting again. So I'll just give you an idea of a couple of things that are in front of me that we'll look and see if we can share with you a little bit more information. I made the commercial yesterday for Guam Regional Medical City.
I heard.
And their Heart Strong get-together this weekend at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. I'm not sure why. I've always been concerned about, diet and exercise and things like that. And I've been fasting and walking. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I haven't worn this shirt in like 2 years because it's a large. And up until recently, my body was extra large.
On Strava, dude.
Thank you so much,
see you walking.
bro. Thank you for
too much.
Thank you for the what do you call it?
Kudos.
Yes, I appreciate that.
I like it, man.
Anyway, so as I get a little bit more concerned about that and things like pre-diabetes and how you might be able to avoid that, also got me thinking about making sure that my heart was as strong as I need it to be. And if you are thinking the same thing, I mean, it's a big killer here on Guam. GRMC has got a free outreach event, Heart Strong. Learn the facts about heart attacks. The Micronesia Mall starts at 10, goes until 2. There's all kinds of free stuff to give away. Dr. Mahesh Gola is going to be there. There's going to be some Q&As, free EKG testing, but you got to sign up early. So get there super early, like at 10. Find out when the signups are going to take place. I think it's going to be from noon until 2 is when they're going to be doing the EKG. It takes 5 to 10 minutes to complete. Must be 18 years or older. Wear comfortable clothing or none at all. I'm kidding. There's a bunch of other stuff that they're going to be talking about. So just make the plan to be at the Micronesia Mall in the center court area. It's open to everybody. You don't have to be a patient at GRMC or anything like that. We don't care what health plan you're with. Just go in there. And if you got questions about making sure that maybe you don't die from what killed your mother or father, this would be a great place to learn for absolutely free. 8 a.m. KUSG. I got you. Let's go find out how much more Trump is winning right now.
Optimistic view from the White House. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Trump suggesting the war in Ukraine could end within weeks as the U.S. continues to push peace talks with Russia.
This is the right time It may be the only time. That's a very interesting and horrible situation, and that could evolve into a third world war. We're not going to let that happen.
At a joint news conference with the French president, President Trump telling reporters Russia's President Putin would accept European peacekeepers in Ukraine. President Putin later saying in televised remarks that he and President Trump have not discussed details on resolving the conflict. President Trump calls an Elon Musk email to federal workers ingenious, while downplaying some departments telling workers not to answer the email's demand to list recent accomplishments.
And they don't mean that in any way combatively with Elon. They're just saying there are some people that you don't want to really have them tell you what they're working on last week.
The president also echoing Musk's suggestion the email is necessary to reveal which federal workers are actually working. That email prompting a new union lawsuit, though, over its threat of possible firings. Earlier today, the Department of Government Efficiency losing a round in court.
It's a temporary loss for Elon Musk and his team at Doge. A federal judge blocked members of Doge from accessing data from the Department of Education and the Office of Personnel Management. The judge said the Education Department, OPM, likely violated federal law by giving Doge access to Social Security numbers, income, home addresses, phone numbers for student aid recipients and former and current government employees.
Fox's David Spont, a different federal judge ruling in a different case last week, Doge can have access to student data in the Education Department. A federal judge just rejecting a temporary restraining order against the White House over Associated Press access to White House events, but the judge is urging the government to reconsider restrictions imposed after AP refused to use Gulf of America. America is listening to Fox News.
Hafaday, this is IT&E. We're calling you to tell you about how you can get the Samsung Galaxy S24 for as low as $16 a month.
That's an epic deal for you or your Valentine. To enjoy the best price, trade in your old device. Plus, get up to $200 in gift certificates when you sign up for the device payment plan. Don't wait to get the phone you've always wanted. Chat with us online at ite.net or visit any IT&E store today. Thank you for choosing IT&E to connect you to who and what matters the most. Have a great day.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
On Ukraine.
On the 3-year anniversary of Russia's war in Ukraine, a U.S. resolution that went before the U.N. calling for an end to the war failed. It did not mention Russian aggression, and after it was amended to add that, the U.S. abstained from voting for its own proposal. Another resolution that blamed Russia for starting the war and called on Russian troops to leave Ukraine passed 93-18 with 65 abstentions. This showed slightly less support for Ukraine than in prior years.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. The UN Security Council, though, just approving the U.S. resolution that called for ending the war without mentioning Russia's aggression. Roberta Flack is being remembered for her Grammy-winning hits and intimate style. She was the first artist to win back-to-back Grammys for Best Record. The First Time I Ever Saw Your Face, catapulted by a Clint Eastwood movie, followed by this hit. Flack was a classically trained pianist. A statement from her representative says she died peacefully today, surrounded by family. Roberta Flack was 88. From now on, Yankees fans will only hear Frank Sinatra's New York, New York when they win home games instead of win or lose.
Just a couple of days after the most storied franchise in North American pro sports with the most widely recognized team logo around the world announced it would scrap a strict facial hair policy that dated to 1976 to allow uniformed personnel to grow well-groomed beards, the 27-time World Series champs announced another change. At all Yankees home games, when the Yankees lose, Sinatra's New York, New York will not be played anymore through the stadium. Other songs by the chairman of the board will, like That's Life, which made its debut Sunday after a Yankees exhibition loss at Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida.
Fox's Jared Max. The longtime owner of Cleveland's Major League Baseball team has died. Lawrence Dolan was 94. And Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Celebrating the 176th year anniversary of American President Lines. APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL Global Presence with a local home.
Altima, Titan, even the iconic Z. Nissan Guam wants to make up to 6 months payments on your next car, truck, or SUV. That's right, up to 6 payments on us. Or choose APR as low as 2.99%. Get pre-qualified for financing in just minutes. First timer, we've got you covered with our exclusive first-time buyer program. Don't miss the Ride of the Nissan sales event for a limited time only. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Wendy's is back with a great meal deal. The 2 for $8 deal is the perfect way to satisfy both your hunger and your wallet. With this limited time offer, you don't have to compromise on flavor, quality, or savings. Whether you're tackling resolutions or you're treating yourself, Wendy's delivers double the delicious for less. Mix, match, and choose any 2 from the Dave's Single, Spicy, or Classic Chicken and 10-piece crispy or spicy nuggets. That's right, pick any 2 for just $8 only at Wendy's.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on the point. A judge is considering whether former Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Jeffrey Nine can testify remotely in 2 murder trials. Nine performed autopsies on victims in separate cases involving Stephen Camacho and co-defendants Ethan Mendiola and Frank Regis. Nine, unable to travel to Guam due to his wife's medical condition, testified via Zoom. The prosecution supports remote testimony, but the defense argues against it, citing constitutional rights. Judge John Terlahi took the matter under advisement and could allow remote testimony, order a deposition, or require Nine to testify in person. Meanwhile, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says securing Guam's borders is crucial due to its strategic position in the Pacific. She responded to Congressman Jim Moylan's request for more DHS personnel and resources following concerns about illegal Chinese entry and trafficking. Moylan cited incidences of Chinese nationals inside U.S. military bases and connected to drug trafficking. Noem assured DHS's commitment to border security and working with local law enforcement to prevent illegal immigration and organized crime. Moylan says the focus is on long-term solutions for both law enforcement and national security. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
The return of federal properties to Gov Guam depends on several factors, including deeds and federal laws. Assistant AG Norman Miller says the use of properties like Tangisan Beach Park, an old well tunnel in Tamuning, and wetlands near Namo River is still under review, while Gita argues that federal law complicates the return of ancestral lands. Former Congressman Robert Underwood believes there's a way to do it. Each property's deed must be checked for conditions set by the federal government, which will dictate its use. And GRMC is hosting a free heart health event this Saturday at the Micronesia Mall's Center Court from 10 to 2. It includes a presentation by interventional cardiologist Dr. Mahesh Gola, offering vital information on heart disease and heart attack prevention. A Q&A session will follow. Free EKG testing will be available from 12 to 2 for the first 25 people who sign up. Must be 18 or older and not have had an EKG in the past year. Free health screenings, including blood pressure checks, will also be offered. Attendees can also win raffle prizes. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
I want to win the prize. I want to win the defibrillator.
Okay.
No, I don't know. That would be so cool.
That would be a shocker.
Everybody. No. I'd try it out on you. Wouldn't that
I'll
be,
do it,
you
man.
know you want to.
Yeah.
You know
just
you-
say tase, 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 and then do it.
No, just tase.
I'm in.
We'll just
man.
start with tase first. Because I don't want you to be you go, okay, is he going to hit me on the
Hey.
third one, or is he going to tase and then
I'm
wait
no
and then
stranger
bang?
to putting my tongue on a 9-volt ray.
Fine, everybody should. Everybody should. Just at least once in your life. Give that a shot. All right, so here it comes. Who's on the phone?
Oh, it's Dr. Joseph.
I should hurry then.
Yeah.
Mostly sunny today with daytime highs of about 85 degrees, 75 degrees in Las Vegas, where Peter Santos is right about now. I got northeast winds 10 to 18 miles an hour, gusting as high as 23. Same thing for tonight, except much cooler and darker, mostly cloudy with overnight lows of about 76. This evening, we'll see some gusts as high as about 23 miles an hour. It's going to be like that over the next couple of days. Wednesday forecast is the same. Thursday forecast is the same. So anticipate if you're going to be spending any time out near the water. They've got high surf advisories, rip current warnings. If you're going to be in the interior of the island, fire danger watches are high. Now, earlier, when I was talking about the interior of the island, I was thinking, the Savannah lands down south and all of that. But really, we're seeing some fires, in urban areas near homes and businesses. So be on the lookout for all of that. Sunset tonight, like I said, about 6:29 or so. News and weather together. Coming up, Dr. Joel Joseph. Stick around.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Pickendale Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Say goodbye to slow internet and hello to GTA Air Fiber. With cutting-edge technology, Air Fiber delivers ultra-fast, reliable internet at speeds up to 500 megabits per second, and there's no need for underground cables. That means faster download, smoother streaming, and no interruptions for as low as $75 a month. Sign up today and get up to 6 months free on a 2-year commitment. Stop waiting for better internet. Switch to GTA Air Fiber today. Call us or visit gta.net for more information. Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Portions of the broadcast made possible by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I love this. Bunker Menno, we were talking about CTEs, career technical education, et cetera, and I'd ask the question, as we get these kids that are more in line for vocations and learning from actual people that are doing the actual jobs, sorry, I'm not cut out for gender studies in college, so maybe I need to learn something that actually help me make a living and achieve the American dream. And so I was asking the question, as you get these kids and their level of interest is up higher, are you seeing increases in their general scores or aptitude when it comes to English and mathematics? Generally the two subjects that would seem to me come up a lot when we're talking about working for a living. Can you read your schedule? Can you make sense of your paycheck? Bunker Menno online says important to have this math. Knowing math prevents your employer from cheating you on your hours of work. Also help you understand the taxation and the deductions on your check. That will never make sense to me. Taxation is theft. Nice to see, and if we get somebody from Florida, conversation about the governor down there that is taking a hard look at property taxes in Florida and looking to eliminate them. I don't know if it's for everybody or maybe certain individuals, maybe retirees, people that are living on a fixed income.
What?
Understanding that the value of the property is increasing. Now, in some places, the value of the taxes that people are paying on the properties is higher than the mortgage payments were
silly.
back in the olden days.
Just eminent domain and take their land.
Take it, just like we do around here. And most recent victim, thank you for the segue opportunity of the conversation on eminent domain, is Dr. Joel Josephs. It has been a little bit since we've had an opportunity to talk to you and find out where you are in the conversation about perhaps either coming up with a better deal or eliminating the conversation of eminent domain for you and your neighbors in the first place. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Ray. Thank you for having me on the show.
Well, it's a pleasure. You know, we've got opportunities to talk with Doug Moreland and his office now in the midst of the court case. But you've got your own cases that need to get built against the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority, Governor of Guam, et cetera. Update me, if you will, on what you and your lawyer have been talking about, to the degree that your lawyer says it's okay to say on the radio.
Well, first off, congratulations on getting to a size large. Okay, you're looking good.
Thank
I
you.
remember when I got down there. It's a great feeling. Keep up the good health.
I sure will, buddy. I sure will. I appreciate the inspiration.
And in my case, you know, honestly, I believe that this is going to work its way through the courts. First, you have the federal case, and then you have the district court case. We're going to see what happens with the federal case. It may, my case may be delayed till that happens, or may not be delayed till that happens. But basically, what's going on is I have land that's beyond the business interest. Like any other parent here on Guam, I wanted to give this to my children. You know, I have children that have moved here with me, that have businesses here, that are working here. I now have grandchildren. I got 2 wonderful grandkids. My daughter's listening. She needs to give me another one. No. I'm going to pay for that. Isn't that what it's all about? You want to provide for your family. And here in Guam, land is how you provide for your family. Paying rent to landlords, you're not getting any great benefit to your future or your family's future.
Not building any equity.
You're not building any equity. You're not building what your family needs. I mean, I may not be able to give my children a home or anything like that, but I can give them land where they can grow and they can raise my grandchildren. That's what I'm really losing, you know? The court will work its way through. I believe eminent domain should be used as a last resort. And there are other options. So it's not a last resort how it's being applied. But if time is the issue in regards to acquiring the money and properly spending it and doing it, what is the quickest way to get to hospital? Because Guam needs a hospital. Guam needs one now. I understand that while I was backpacking around South America, they shut down parts of the hospital because it didn't have water. Did I got that right?
I had not heard that.
Okay, I thought I read it.
No, let me beep. I'm going to beep a doctor that I know that maybe will have some of that intel.
No, but either way, Guam needs a new hospital. What is the quickest way to do it?
Oh, you asking me or Matrix?
You know, everybody's going to have their own opinion, but I can't honestly see how, if a court decision happens, it's not that court decision that's going to matter. It's the second, third, or fourth judge along the line that's going to have the final say. And if time's the issue on the money, who loses?
Why would you stand for multiple rounds of litigation if the solution to your problem was right in front of you? I mean, even if you look at the infrastructure upgrade that they're talking about doing with GWA and GPA, number one, that has its own time issues associated with it, and number two, and those are legal time issues, by the way. And number two, we've also got the question of you know, to what degree, how long is it going to take them to be able to build the infrastructure that starts, I'm going to presume, at Route 10 and makes its way all the way up Route 15 to the area where this hospital is going to be located? Do we have everything that we need to be able to cut in and improve the system up in that area. And then who is that a major beneficiary for? Is it the major beneficiary going to end up being a hospital complex up there? Or if all of a sudden all of that money was used to develop the power and the water and the sewer systems up there, would that not accrue to some of the big landowners up there? All of a sudden they don't have to worry about the massive system development charges that they would be charged. That would all be provided for.
And all that land up there is being developed for residential. You have the people next to me that want to build residential units. You have the people behind me that are already trying to build residential units.
Mm-hmm.
You got all the new houses that are appearing all the way between my property and the traffic light in Manila. And these people are all providing land for their families, futures for their families on land that they own now. I did have a deal with the government. I did come to an agreement with them, but they just wouldn't sign on the details. That's what was really going on. We did come to agreement. I didn't really like the low value, but we did come to agreement. And they were going to give me 1 acre of land, but they would not put it on paper what the dimensions of the land was.
Yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy about that part. But I all of a sudden, if we know that they're making deals with the Power Authority and the Water Authority to do system development up there, I would submit to you that the value of your land that you're sitting on right now has gone up based on that promise, because it means that your kids, your grandkids, are going to be able to develop that property.
That's true.
So, I would hold out, knowing what we know now about what the intentions are for this place. Why am I going to settle for pennies on the dollar of its future value?
True, but again, you were talking about that health thing, the heart screening. Please, people, go to it. I got some early screening, and I was rushed to stateside. Just had a triple bypass in July, and they got it before I ever had a heart attack. So please do your screening.
Word from Dr. Hal Wen this morning on the WhatsApp here says, Ray, GMH curtailed their services for a few days due to a water emergency. Dr. Joseph is correct.
Yeah. So
we need a new hospital as quickly as possible.
As quickly as possible, we do. I say that as a medical official, even though I'm not human.
Some of the parts are familiar, and in some cases, I'll bet you it's probably more rewarding to work with the animal patients than human patients. But we digress. We digress. So you're in the midst of a legal battle now, as is your neighbor, and so it looks like it's going to be a wait and see. You want to see what happens with Doug's case first before we start moving forward seriously on yours.
Right, and if they don't let Doug's case, we want Doug's case to go and finalize itself, because that'll help determine everything.
Mm-hmm.
But the court can say, no, I have to fight mine at the same time. And if that's the case, then we fight them both at the same time. And everything gets appealed. I mean, look, Doug hasn't even gotten his first real court date. They've just said they've extended his time to answer. Then the other side gets the answer. Then they come up with hearings and dates, and they have procedures and timelines that people have to follow, and you can't violate those or it doesn't go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, you're right. They've got the other infrastructure up, but they could be cutting ground on property that they don't even have to pay for.
Yeah, I'm sure there's got to be a way that you could bring the simple accounting to a lawyer and say, this doesn't make any sense. They're going to take my land at this price, yet they're providing funds to the utilities based on this ARPA money, may or may not be being used the right way. I don't know. And so I can see down the road with this investment that they're making in infrastructure, doesn't that naturally mean at this time my land is that much more valuable?
Well, I believe that was settled by the railroads back in the 1800s.
I got Bob Klitsky coming up. Maybe I'll ask him what the mechanism of that is. I'll see if I can get you some free legal advice here. It's 8:23 in the morning. Doc, always a pleasure to talk with you, and we'll get together again soon as the wheels start turning again on these cases.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Anytime, Doc. Always a pleasure hearing from you. 888-8255, 888-TALK. I'm gonna send your attention once again to today's issue of the Guam Daily Post. You will find, in addition to some of the other great deals that they've got happening and all kinds of other house ads, they've got on page 9, Drive for Charity, Saturday, March 8th, 2025. And it's this a fundraising opportunity for the folks over at Manielu. Daphne Shimizu's hot sister, Dana Mansipit, on the line right now. Buenas noches, Dana. How you doing?
Hi, good morning. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Not bad. Did you work out this morning?
I did. I did my slow jog. So, got in my 5 miles.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so bad. Not so bad.
Yeah, good for you. And you're working that out with some strength training in the gym, right?
Yes.
Gotcha.
So I have a personal trainer, and he's trying to get me a little bit stronger. I'm focusing on my nutrition, and that's not going so well because I love to eat. I'm from the South.
Yeah, there is that tricky part. And maybe I'll send you a couple of books that will help you. Depending on what your capacity is for cheat days and what you like to enjoy on cheat days. Well, we were talking over the weekend about what time you're going to be working out. And so this is hilarious. So Dana sends me this thing at like 11:30 that says she'll be working out at like 5 o'clock in the morning. And first thing I saw when I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I thought, well, screw that. I overslept, and as it turns out, you did as well, right?
I did. We were supposed to meet up at PIC at 5. I woke up at 2, and I'm like, oh, it's too early. Went back to bed. Woke up at 5:30. So we were supposed to do 6 miles. I got too lazy, so I did 5.6 miles.
Close enough. Close enough for rock and roll. Close enough for government work. Anyway, just real quick, I wanted to make sure that we got maximum time for you. 8:25. I got a Klitsky cameo coming up, and one last newscast before we go. We'll get you more time on this soon. But it looks to me like one of the big priorities is going to be your golf tournament, the Drive for Charity. I'm loving this because you're giving away a duplicate of the truck that I have, a 2025 Nissan Frontier Crew Cab. Awesome prize, and thank you very much for Nissan for participating. How do people sign up for this get together?
So there's registration forms, and 76 is actually this is their golf tournament, and they're donating a portion of the proceeds to Manielu and HSP.
Thank you, Mark.
And so Mark Sablon is the guy to go to, and I believe it's Mark Sablon and Cherry Lopez. And the number that I have for them is 588-7200.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2-man, showtime is 7 a.m., shotgun start at 8 a.m. The format is a 2-person scramble select shot. I'm really horrible at golf. I'll go and play.
Yeah, it's me and Real Joe.
I'm down.
Trial by combat. Listen, me and you we'll take one of the golf carts around, and we'll spend our time lurking the golf course looking for the beer chick. Leo Palace, right?
Yes, it's at Leo Palace. So Leo
Excellent.
Palace has been doing really great things. I mean, in addition to them opening up their
Bowling alley
again, they've been really busy, and so this is another great opportunity. If you have not been to Leo Palace lately, to go over there, see how beautiful it looks, get away from Tumonsin for a little bit, right, and kind of go see something different.
They got hotels, and it's not booked unless they're doing a concert. So you might want to think about a staycation in the middle, literally of the middle of nowhere or the middle of everywhere, depending on how you want to look at it. 8:27 in the morning. Real Joe, you were in around Leo over the weekend, right?
Oh yeah.
He had his bicycle race.
I was there.
Yeah. So on some of the same grounds. Yeah, and he came in #1 in that. Man, we're all really happy and groovy for Real Joe and that incredible accomplishment of his. I'll put this up on the screen.
#1 to a lot of people, also.
Yeah, I heard 8:28 in the morning, and then get all flirty on this program here. Oh my God! But anyway, so there's another fundraiser you got with the guys over at the Hilton. You sent me a thing on that a few minutes ago. Tell me about a sip and dip and what?
So they're doing sip, savor, and support, and they're calling it Latte Love.
Oh.
And so it's at Cappuccino, and starting March 1st to May 31st, for every purchase, a portion of the proceeds will go to Manielu. So we're very proud. This was their idea. We're very fortunate at Manielu that we have many people in the business community that want to support us. So they came up with this idea, and Chrissy Cruz from HR and her team called me up like, Dana, come over and meet with us. I walked in, there's like 5 people there, and they just wanted to share this idea of just really giving back. And Manielu, being fairly new as a local organization, they wanted to give back to the community we serve, because we not only do mentoring as the former Big Brothers Big Sisters, but we serve it's the family unit as a whole as well.
Family always feels like it's under attack these days. You know, we've got a crippling economy for a lot of people, and a lot of people with got alcohol, drug, and mental health issues. And it's nice to know that that Manielu has kind of opened the umbrella a little bit wider over these communities to try to get them the help that they need.
Yeah. So we get into the schools and we do positive action. We go to some of the Gora sites. We have a team that goes to the Hemlani apartments. We do that monthly. And we just get out there and just try to teach the kids to have a positive outlook on themselves, so that in turn they have a positive action, and they give a positive outlook towards the community. And it teaches them to stay away from drugs and alcohol. But people are also familiar with our Micronesian Resource Center, where we help the families migrating to Guam to transition a little bit easier, learn about our laws, get documentation so that they can work. We offer workshops for people to get their driver's license, to get employment. So we do so many different things. And, for the people at Hilton and at 76, we appreciate their support. So between March 1st and May 31st, if I'm going to have a meeting with anyone and it's off-site, we will be going to Cafe Chino. We will be making sure we support, and we hope that everyone else goes out there, go to Hilton. Please show your support. And in addition to making a donation with a portion of their proceeds, they have a donation card. And so if you want to just say, I want to donate $1, $3, or $5, they have a card, and you just give that, the money goes to them, and we get the money later, and you write your name on it. There's going to be a wall. Will it have your name, the amount that you donated, showing that you're supporting Manielu as well.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Listen, I know we got a couple of things, and maybe if you get a chance, maybe we'll do an in-studio, as we move forward with the Latte Love with the Cafe Chino over at the Hilton Hotel, and or a little bit more from 76 Circle K on their golf tournament that is going to be benefiting, among others, Manielu. By all means, let me know. And I'm sure there's other businesses that are listening that say, you know what, I'd like to go run 6 miles with Dana and get, find out if there's ways that my business can help her. How do they get a hold of you? How do people find you?
Our office number is 789-1265.
Real Joe, you write that down?
Right away, sir.
789-1265. Roger on that. Okay. And your personal WhatsApp number? I'm just kidding.
Yes.
It's on. Find me or Real Joe. We'll put you in touch with Dana. And hug and a kiss to Big Sister Daff. All right? I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys take care. And good job with the walking, Ray. Like seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I also use it as a method to save the hospitality industry. I don't know if anybody else is up to that right now. So I go down there and I pick up trash and I take pictures of Korean girls. But I do. It's okay. They want to. The Korean girls, and moms and daughters. They travel to Guam. It's a big deal, and we've got all of these things that they can take a selfie against. The pink building, and they can take all there's the I Love Guam thing. So whenever I pass by, and they're
not in a creepy way.
What's that?
No,
I don't know any other way than the creepy way.
They get to be in the picture, and he takes it.
I don't know any other way than the creepy way. Listen, always a pleasure. We'll get some selfies together. It's 8:32 in the morning. I'm going to let you go so Donna can get done with her news and all the other stuff. That's all ahead right here on The Ray Gibson Show.
Sometimes parenting can be hard. What should I be doing? The Guam Early Learning Council includes partners who can provide you with early childhood services and supports. We are here to assist. For resources and information, simply call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays. Early connection can change everything. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's Wellness.
The strongest connections are built on the best network. Docomo Pacific has you covered with business fiber internet speeds up to 5 gigs and hybrid fiber internet speeds up to 200 megabits per second. Transform your business connectivity with fast, reliable, and affordable fiber solutions. And the best part, you can save even more when you bundle DTV and mole services. Visit business.docomopacific.com/fiber for everyone to learn more. Some conditions apply.
Let's All Eat Right Day. That's among the things that we're going to be celebrating today here in the program. I know. No, I don't want to eat right. I don't want to eat clean. I know exactly what I want to eat here. I think I got a picture of it. I'm not sure if it's a burger. Oh, there's that. See, I can go right here, right there. Among the things, if you're watching on the socials, among my favorite things to eat in the whole wide world is a chili dog, preferably from Der Wiener Schnitzel, but we don't have one anymore. The other preference is for, let me see, Mrs. Ngakta in West Side.
Oh, yeah.
Get my hands on that hot dog that she's got over at the place. Or Mark Cruz's niece. The one at the post office.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Also an excellent chili dog. But in my mind, my favorite chili dog of all time was the one that you cannot get it anymore because you have to go to the cinema theater.
Oh, man.
Cinema theater back in late 70s, early 80s. You get a hot dog and a chili dog and a chili cup and a Coke. And hopefully your girlfriend remembered to sneak the beer in.
Yes.
Oh, my God. The best of times, guys. 8:35. Donna D with her last big look at news and headlines. Off it, Donna, what's going on?
Mark Polino was found guilty of possessing meth and a firearm without an ID. The charges come from a June 2023 incident in Pneumatic where he was found with a rifle and meth after a confrontation. He faces up to 25 years in prison. AG Doug Moylan says meth is continuing to harm the island and that being lenient on crime will not solve the problem. And Governor Lulian Guerrero attended the 2025 National Governors Association winter meeting in Washington, D.C. She joined other governors for a briefing with President Trump and key cabinet officials to discuss federal initiatives affecting Guam. The governor noted that President Trump aims to speed up processes and assured veterans' benefits will not be affected. And a new bill introduced in the Guam Youth Congress seeks to ease the burden of jury duty on students. The Student Juror Flexibility Act of 2025 would allow full-time students aged 18 to 24 to request excusal from jury duty during school terms. The bill is similar to policies in states like Georgia, Texas, and Michigan. The bill is currently under review. And that was your last look at local headlines on the point. Now back to Ray.
Oh,
what's that?
On the screen. Hold on. It's a Parmesan garlic bacon cheeseburger lasagna.
How are you supposed to eat that? It's so high. I guess sideways.
Kind of. I would tilt. I would put it on its side like a cake, and then just work your way through it. That can't be any more than what's that look like? A couple ounces?
Like a cake.
He knows how to hit a cake.
I do. I do. Cupcake. All right, celebrity birthdays. Might be one or two in here that you'll recognize, including former talk show host Sally Jesse Raphael.
Oh, my gosh. Sally Jesse Raphael.
I
remember
the big
that.
glasses. You remember that? Yeah, she's 90 years old today. Whoa there.
Stop it.
Who else has got wrestler Ric Flair is 76 years old. From the world of comedy, Carrot Top is 60. And he wears more eye makeup than you do.
Ginger.
Yeah, definitely. Tia Leone.
That sounds familiar. Why?
She was in Armageddon.
Yeah.
She held her dad at the shore.
Daddy. That was it right there. Always gets me right in the feels. They did that one right. She is 59 years old today. Among my generation's favorite actors, you'll remember him from The Goonies, later in life, Stranger Things, Lord of the Rings, and Rudy.
Yeah, Rudy.
Sean Astin is 54 years old today.
He was in Stranger Things, man. He was kind of pudgy.
He was, yeah.
What are you talking about?
You don't know that
I didn't watch
Lord of the Rings.
Of course, I know him as Sam.
Right.
in Lord of the Rings, but all the other stuff you mentioned, I'm like, I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh my God, you
Sam
need to
was the
IMDb.
boyfriend.
Oh yeah, you definitely. With the Inhaler and Goonies, maybe among the best movies of all time. I don't own a whole lot of them. I used to own more movies on your DVDs and VHS tapes and things like that.
Oh yeah.
But now in the 2025s, I don't have much by way of inventory and like in my Apple membership or something like that. Goonies is definitely one of them. That one is definitely in there. Second only maybe to Princess Bride.
Oh yeah.
I think we can all
I've never seen either of those movies.
Oh my God, Donna.
I know.
It's Let's Eat Let's All Eat Right Day today. I mentioned that, and that inspired me to find this image and put it back up on the screen.
Cake.
The lasagna, cheeseburger, smash burger. There's the garlic in there. Everything that you need.
All the good stuff
in order to survive. That reminds me, Wendy's got a new sandwich out there. Chocolate covered peanuts day.
Peanuts.
Okay.
I've never
Chocolate
had
covered peanuts day.
Goobers, right?
It's an old joke.
Yeah.
It's an old joke. I went to go visit my grandmother, and she had a cup of peanuts on the table, and I ate all of them. I said, "Grandma, I'm sorry, I ate all your peanuts." She said, "That's okay, hon. All I can do is suck the chocolate off these days."
Oh my God! Ew.
It's clam chowder day.
Oh, I love clam chowder.
We all love clam chowder. Do you like what kind
clams.
of clam chowder do you like? The regular one or the white one from? Do they still make that?
Wait, it's New England and
Foodies.
Manhattan.
Foodies.
Foodies is the new best stop for clam chowder.
The new best, yeah.
Because there used to be, the donut
Winchell's
place.
and Denny's.
Yeah, but nobody likes to go to Winchell's because at least the one in Agagna is the capital of crazy.
You got to fight with the guys outside.
like everybody. 8:40 in the morning, and we're almost late for the Klitsky cameo. He's sent me the topic for today. In there it is, A&W in East Agagna. Oh, that we got to be talking about chili dogs. Of course, I'm not really old enough to have a lot of memories of A&W root beer when it was in East Agagna. I remember it. I remember going
Antigua,
there.
Man.
And among the things that always got me, and to this day, it's still a connection that's embedded in my brain, is you could buy A&W root beer, and it came in a container with the same kind of top as a milk carton.
Really?
Yes.
That's
but
cool.
I remember they had a nice little outdoor place where people could eat, and then of course it turned into was it the St. Nicholas Funeral Home for all of those years? And now it's they built a dialysis center on top of it.
That's what was there.
Is there a connection?
Forgot.
Is there a connection that you can make between one of Guam's original long time ago fast food places and a dialysis center? Is there anybody want to try it out? Okay, gotcha. 8:41. A Klitsky cameo is coming up, and today's theme is Ethics Commission v. Carl. Which Ethics Commission and which Carl? His Honor, the counselor, will make his case in just moments on the Ray Gibson Show.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Leah Dunca from Security Title here with a little information about trusts. A trust is a legal entity capable of owning property. It can protect property from issues such as lawsuits or divorce and can be used to distribute property and avoid probate. Many trusts start as revocable but become irrevocable when the initial trustees die. Work with your estate planning attorney to see if a trust is a good fit for your family property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
I got 8:42 in the studios here at 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray, and you know how thrilled I am to be with you. And among the other thrilling portions of the program is an opportunity to get caught up with His Honor, the King of Mustache Wisdom, former Senator and always Marine, Bob Klitsky, now joining us from a secret bunker location in the north end of town, seeing to the protection of our favorite Auntie Lou. Good morning, Bob Klitsky. Welcome to the program.
That was a pleasure, Ray.
A pleasure is completely mine. How are you and Auntie Lou doing these days? Did you have a good weekend?
Every day is the same for me.
Every day is a holiday and every meal is a banquet when you're Bob Klitsky. An interesting number of stories that we can talk about here today. I don't know if you caught me talking to Dr. Joel Josephs, who was kind of reciting some of the issues that he has with the eminent domain case. So if you'll indulge me for just a moment, what with the knowledge now that there's going to be a significant increase in the kind of infrastructure activity and improvements that are going to be taking place in literally that part of Route 15, does that not cause, or would that not cause a reread or reevaluation of the property, knowing that the big chunk of the system development will be handled in the very near future?
The way it works, Ray, is this: when the government files a claim in eminent domain, it also files a declaration of taking and takes title at that instant. The Constitution and the Organic Act say there can be no taking without just compensation. So if the parties, and at the same time that that declaration is filed, the condemning agency will file an estimated just compensation. The ultimate price of the property will be determined in the trial, the condemnation trial, if there's no settlement. So those condemnation trials are extremely complicated. As you might gather, the case law is abundant. Some lawyers specialize on nothing but the value of the condemned property.
Was not there a case here on Guam years ago, before we built the land out at Ledzon, that there was a deal made, obviously, for that property? I think there was a hooey of very, very rich people involved in ownership of that property, and they were compensated once for it. Were they not compensated again at a new figure based on the expected use of that property?
You got to give me more details. I don't remember this.
All right. Well, it's the site now where the current landfill is located. It seems to me that it was purchased once, and then the landowners, and I said there's a hooey of them, all got together and were able to get another bite at the apple, I think, and were compensated for additional dollars based on the expected use and the new value of that property because it had a landfill in it.
I think it went exactly the way I described. You start out with the estimated compensation, but the final figure, if no one compromises, is determined at trial. Gotcha. So this is another one of these watch, wait, and sees. 8:46 in the morning. Always fun to get some free advice from my Dr. Joel Joseph from none other than Bob Klitsky. As we make our way into what he really wanted to talk about, he still keeps a card, and today's card is Ethics Commission. Now looking around, I think for a new boss. I think they've just made another appointment there. V. Carl, and now with the details on it, Counselor, state your case. I have never seen a government agency that was more unfair to the residents of this island than the so-called Ethics Commission. I have a letter. I was able to obtain a letter from the commission to former Governor Carl Gutierrez, and I'll give you a little dose. Dear Mr. Gutierrez, the purpose of this letter is to advise you of possible violations of standard of conduct for elected officials, etc., and to obtain your cooperation in this matter. On February 2, the Ethics Commission received a complaint alleging possible violations of 4 GCA 5204. The complaint alleges on or about January 22, you allegedly used your position on the GVB and conducted actions that may be violation of 4 GCA 15204 if the individual hired bypassed the GVB standard hiring practice or were otherwise unqualified. The article submitted by the complainant indicates that you hired the individual, etc. So there's that. I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Yeah, but now I want to know who got hired.
So there's that. And then additionally may have violated by utilizing the same individuals to work on your private property during official working hours. And then the next paragraph, further, you have violated 4 GCA 15204D if the individuals hired live on your private property while paying rent to you. Rental payments are financial transactions. You are the president and general manager of GVB, and the individuals hired by GVB are therefore your subordinates, etc. If these allegations are sustained, your substantiated, your actions may also constitute a super violation of 4 GCA 15204 by granting unwarranted privileges to individuals. If these allegations, if true, may be a violation of 15204.
Those are interesting allegations.
Yes, they are. The GEC voted to address the allegations to your actions referenced herein, but it may be a violation of the described statutes. Pursuant to 4 GCA 15401B, ESCOM calls shall afford you the opportunity to explain your conduct alleged to be in violation. Should you wish to exercise the opportunity, please contact the Ethics Commission, etc. above within 15 days of receipt to arrange a letter to discuss the matter. You may bring along anyone you so desire. Please be advised that this notification letter is part of an agency proceeding investigation. Unless you request otherwise, all ESCOM investigations are confidential and our hearings closed to the public.
Well, that's interesting.
We shall forward your cooperation in completing the investigation of this matter. So they don't tell him who. They don't tell him what. They don't tell him when. They send these in anonymous investigations along, and they say, you're guilty until proven innocent. Now, if you can guess what these are all about, you come in and tell us. You may further implicate yourself. But we've got a bunch of kangaroos here. Their names are Christopher Cruz, Margaret Tyklenko, Shannon Murphy, Robert Jack, Daphne Leon Guerrero, and Marilyn Bora will decide if you have committed an ethics violation. And then, since it's confidential, do we imply from that he can't go to tall tales? One would think so, right?
Sounds like it. Sounds like we don't want you. Here's the allegations that somebody is making against you based on actions that you took prior to your departure from service in the government of Guam, and you can't talk about this to anybody. It almost feels like the New York trials against Trump.
It does. It feels like the New York State trial, where there were 4 different elements necessary, and they wouldn't tell him what the elements of the case were. So here he's
can't find out until the judgment. We won't be able to find out until there's a judgment against you, which I think was the case.
So here's Carl facing anonymous, undocumented claims in a case where he's guilty until proven innocent, and they want him to come forward and rat himself out. It is the harshest matter I've ever seen, and it makes the administration and the Civil Service Commission look like a bunch of patsies. And the whole, a skillful attorney can take this whole thing apart and have the whole thing declared inorganic or unconstitutional. And I hope that's what Carl does. Of course, it all costs money.
Are you referring to the case itself or the Ethics Commission?
the Ethics Commission. People that sign off on the bottom of something like this have no business having authority over the lives of other people.
Can't disagree with you. It has all the feels of a hit piece.
Yeah, it's really bad. And I can't see that it serves any particular purpose.
As I said, he's no longer in the service of the government.
And I don't think they know ethical violations from apple butter. You know, do they know the difference between teleological ethics and deontological ethics? Or do they just know about statute law violations? I don't think they really understand what the word ethics means.
I have a thought in my head. It's rather clumsy. I haven't, fulfilled. Haven't had the opportunity to go through all of this. But there's an old phrase that certain people in all governments use, military and for sure intelligence people. They say, "Admit nothing, deny everything, and make counter accusations." I wonder if there were people that were legitimate targets of other investigations that were being conducted by the governors, by GVB, other individuals, into certain other folks and businesses here that unsatisfied with his departure as president of the Guam Visitors Bureau want something more to loop over his head.
That would appear to be exactly what it is, that these so-called ethics, anonymous, undocumented ethics complaints are pretextual.
Oh, yeah.
And the real object here is, let's get Carl Gutierrez and drive a stake through his heart so we never have to deal with him again.
It's what it feels like to me. I think I'm glad you and I are on the same page here.
Yep.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I was going to say, can I get a copy of that letter? I'd like to read the whole thing.
I'll see what I can do. Ray.
Yeah. Whoever your leaker is, give them my WhatsApp address, my WhatsApp number, and let them know about that. That is very, very interesting. I think I might have an idea of, the target of the ethics piece here. But besides Carl Gutierrez, I think it's kind of interesting. As I said, admit nothing, deny everything, make counter accusations, and that's the counter accusation against Carl, perhaps authored by people that I believe that Carl had legitimate issues with as he became when he took on the role as president chairman of the Guam Visitors Bureau. Glad that you and I are on the same page on this. One other note here, and is a point of some disagreement in the United States of America. Elon Musk is asking federal employees to send him an email outlining the 5 things that they did today, and if they don't get it in by close of business or midnight tonight, we will take that as your resignation. Donald Trump in the news says, we're just trying to find out who works and who does not work in the federal government. There might be a lot of these ghost accounts and ghost employees in the federal government of the United States. We're going to use this to check it out. Some say that Elon Musk and indeed the White House don't have that power. What do you say?
That's what I said when Elon was appointed to that particular commission.
Mm-hmm.
That he has no more. To that particular department, he has no more authority than the man on the street. I would have hoped that Trump would have made him the director of something, and then delegated that power to the director of something, but he didn't.
Didn't work on it that way. Well, it'll be, as usual, very, very interesting to see where all of this ends up. A couple of minutes away from 9 o'clock in the morning, Your Honor. It's always, always, always a pleasure to hear from you, and I can hardly wait for Thursday's Klitsky cameo.
Okay, see you then, Ray.
You know it, 888-8255. Oh, I forgot to tell hug and a kiss to ask you.
Always.
I know you're going to do it anyway. Where's my salutation, Sir Ray? Your console technician flops again. Censorship? No. Richard Leon, I just saw you in the deal here this morning. Jose Martinez is ethics commissioner, ethics commission, just the youth Congress, all grown up, maybe. Hi, Chris Frank. Good to see you online. There's Dave Duenas, our power plants and other utility facilities protected against potential sabotage in light of Guam being infiltrated by illegal boat people from Saipan. There's a whole lot going on in terms of cybersecurity and real security in the utilities. That's what I'm told, and we can follow up on that when we get a chance here. Gina Marie Tenorio calls, says, Ray, go check my niece, Ray Anna, across Hagutnia Post Office. That's my brother's daughter. She makes delicious hot dogs. I agree.
Yeah,
and
me too.
Yeah, it's one of those.
I agree, like 5 in a row at a time.
Yeah, but I always feel bad because I never have cash money.
Yeah, you got to go get money
I swear,
first.
that's my biggest problem. I got to go to Bank Pacific, get some money out of the ATM over there, and then go over to Rayana and see what she's up to. I think maybe I'll see if I can get some folding cash and just have that standing by in a cachet in the car. So when I pass by, I've got some money. I get the same problem with Mr. Woostig when he's got the corn out there. I either don't have money, or if I do have money, I'm going in the wrong direction. Stand by now. Time for Fox News 93.3. This is The Point.
White House sit down. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron expressing optimism that Russia can be convinced to end the war in Ukraine.
A ceasefire or peace deal ending the 3-year war between Russia and Ukraine could include the deployment of European peacekeepers, French President Emmanuel Macron says.
I think we should never say, I will never send any boots on the ground, because you give a blank check to violate any type of commitment.
President Trump says Russian President Vladimir Putin would accept European peacekeepers.
If we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind. But I've specifically asked him that question. He has no problem with it.
But on Russian state television Monday, Putin said he has not discussed ending the war in Ukraine in detail with President Trump.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. This as the UN Security Council has approved a U.S.-sponsored resolution that calls for a swift end to the war, but makes no mention of Russian aggression. The vote 10-0, with 5 countries, including France and Britain, abstaining.
Continuing to engage in rhetorical rivalries in New York may make diplomats feel vindicated, but it will not save souls on the battlefield.
U.S. UN Representative Dorothy Shea. Earlier today, the UN General Assembly rejected the U.S. drafted resolution, which only passed after it was amended to state that the conflict was the result of a full-scale invasion by the Russian Federation. Republican Vivek Ramaswamy has kicked off his campaign for governor of Ohio.
We're on the cusp of a new golden age in America right now. A revival of conviction in what it means to be a citizen of this nation.
Ramaswamy ran an unsuccessful campaign for president in 2024. Current governor, Republican Mike DeWine, is term limited. Wall Street, the Dow gained 33, the NASDAQ off 237. America is listening to Fox News.
76 Circle K introduces My Rewards 2.0, the loyalty program you love made even better. Save 5 cents per gallon every day just for being a member. Earn 1 point for every $1 you spend on fuel or store purchases. Plus, get 5 bonus points for every gallon when you purchase mid-grade or premium fuel. Redeem your points for big savings like up to 75 cents off per gallon or $20 gift certificates. Plus, enjoy exclusive club rewards, free hot dogs, coffee, and more. Download the My Rewards app today from the App Store or Google Play. 76 Circle K My Rewards 2.0. Better rewards, bigger savings.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
But challenge shoe buffer zones outside of abortion clinics.
Appeals from people in Illinois and New Jersey who refer to themselves as sidewalk counselors claim their right of free speech outside abortion clinics is being infringed. The buffer zones intended to protect patients and the facilities have been challenged for years on First Amendment grounds. The High Court's decision leaves in place a 2000 lower court ruling in Colorado that allowed a law to create protective zones. Although 2 conservative justices, Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito, said they would have taken up this appeal. Last year, circuit courts in Chicago and Philadelphia threw out free speech challenges to buffer zones. Gernal Scott. Fox News.
Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent who leapt onto President Kennedy's car after Kennedy was fatally shot in Dallas in 1963, has died. The footage of Hill pulling himself up onto the president's car after JFK was shot in the home movie shot by bystander Abraham Zapruder was one of the most indelible images of Kennedy's assassination. For years, Hill blamed himself for Kennedy's death, and the memories of the event forced him to retire early. Clint Hill was 93. R&B legend Roberta Flack has died.
The singer and pianist, one of the top recording artists of the 70s. Her first big break came after Clint Eastwood used this as a soundtrack for a love scene in Play Misty for Me. The first time ever I Saw Your Face winning Record of the Year in 1973. That and her second chart topper, Killing Me Softly with his song, giving her back-to-back Grammys in consecutive years.
I heard he sang a good song.
A statement from her representative says she died peacefully, surrounded by her family. Flack was 88.
Fox's Lillian Wu. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Turn ordinary into extraordinary with the Samsung Galaxy S25. Head to IT&E to discover all that your true AI companion can do. From stunning photos in every light to an assistant that understands every word and more incredible features. Get yours today and bring home up to $200 in gift certificates, a storage upgrade, and a free gift. Visit ite.net or stores for details. IT&E. Connections that matter.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Their services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Guam Regional Medical City invites you to Heartstrong. Learn the facts about heart attacks. Join us Saturday, March 1st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Get free vitals checks, enter our raffle, and learn how to keep your heart strong. Plus, don't miss our expert-led heart health presentation at 10:30. Want a free EKG? Spots are limited. Sign up starts at 10 a.m. and testing runs from noon to 2 for the first 25 people. Stay heart strong, Guam. Join GRMC for this free community event. See you at the Micronesia Mall March
The Elon
1st.
Musk story about the limestone mine storing all the records of federal retirees is nuts, but I bet you're asking the obvious. Why weren't these records digitized decades ago? I'm Kim Commando for SimpliSafe, where you'll save 50% on a new system right now at simplysafekim.com. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. While the Pennsylvania limestone mine was news to many, this story has been around for years. A financial firm that helps federal employees wrote about Iron Mountain 5 years ago. But why is nothing digitized? Well, they've tried. In the 80s, manually inputting all this data was impossible without a staff of thousands. In the 90s, a government contractor spent 10 years building a computer system. By then, it was 2008, and the floppy disk system was obsolete. And so, Iron Mountain employees work each day 200 feet underground filing by hand. It takes 3 months for a government worker to retire, even if they take Trump's buyout. Get my free newsletter at getkim.com. Nothing is more important than protecting who you love from harm. If you've been thinking about home security, now's the time to join the millions of Americans who trust SimpliSafe to protect their homes. Traditional home security systems wait until after a break-in to react. By then, it's already too late. But SimpliSafe is a smarter way. Their ActiveGuard outdoor protection uses advanced AI-powered security cameras paired with live monitoring agents to keep watch over your home 24/7. If someone suspicious approaches, the agents can see, speak to them directly, and even call the police, all in real time, helping to stop the crime before it even starts. Monitoring plans start at around $1 a day. There are no contracts and no fees if you need to cancel. Plus, with a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, you can be sure SimpliSafe is the perfect fit for you. Visit simplysafekim.com to claim 50% off a new system with a professional monitoring plan and your first month free. That's simplysafekim.com. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
What superstation? Huh? That's us, 8 after 9 o'clock in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And I do the plug here for Marina Grill, but I got to spend a few minutes with my friend Julie, who is with the annual Ocean Gala. And I'm not sure if it's the right place to start talking about seafood that they've got over at Marina Grill and the 4th annual Ocean Gala that's coming up here in just a little bit. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. You can totally, plug the marina. So we're about sustainability.
Absolutely.
Sustainability is about
very important.
that right
Joe,
balance.
I'm getting some feedback in the room. Are you hearing that? It sounds like there's a radio that's turned up all the way. It's a little bit of ringing.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. So, all right. So Joe's going to go chase down that noise. In the meantime, great to have you. Now, is this welcome back? Did we do this interview last year?
We didn't.
We did not.
We
I
did
did it with
not.
somebody else. I'm almost positive.
Was it with Sam? Sam Mambini?
It could have been. She's all over
great.
the. Oh,
Yeah.
It's a super diver.
Yes, she is. I mean, that's when she's on our board.
Among other things. Actually, she was already on the air with us earlier this morning, making a big deal about the CTE, Career Technical Education, which is another thing that I've got a lot of interest in. But this
We're actually going to have a booth at one of their events.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is it the one at
the one on Saturday? So
okay, the actual event then.
Yeah.
Okay, because I know they've got a mixer the night before.
Yes.
So you guys are all gonna be there. So everybody, it's a small island, and everybody has got interest in a lot of different places, and with a lot of important things. You talk about sustainability. It is the 4th annual Ocean Gala, but it seems that I've only ever started talking about it when my friend Megan. Got involved, Megan Thomas, and she's helping you with the creative and the publicity and all of that, and has been after me over the last 3 months since the paperwork was put together. She's been we got to do the thing and run some ads and do interviews. And I'm like, okay, let's get all of that stuff done. So tell me a little bit about the not just the Ocean Gala, but the outfit that's behind it.
Yeah, so we're Micronesian Conservation Coalition. I go the MCC. It's all about the acronyms here, right? MCC.
Yes, we love our acronyms.
So, and we're really about building capacity within the environmental kind of sector of jobs. So marine biologists, or those that want to be terrestrial biologists, or even technicians. And that's why we're involved with the program with Sam Mambini, is that, it's really about, we have so much knowledge here. And we need to be the stewardships of our island, So we need to be the scientists, not getting kind of these parachute scientists that come in and just get what they want and off they go. And
right.
And so it's really about building something.
Is that a reference to recent forays made by I can't remember who it is now, Noah, trying to figure out how we can. They want to better protect a variety of these clam species.
Yes.
And that, touched off a big debate around here for a number of people.
Yes.
And especially when it comes down to, some of the cultural practices, which for generations and generations and generations before us were based on homegrown sustainability patterns.
Yes. And I've actually seen firsthand it working really well when it's homegrown. So this isn't anything new. So in Yap and in Pohnpei and a lot of these areas, it's actually the communities make these clam gardens. And it's amazing.
I love the ones in Palau.
It's amazing to see. And they're actually doing, the scientific part of things. So they're bringing the clams, getting them to spawn, getting them to reproduce. And then, they get them in their little, the little aquaculture areas. And then they plant them out on the reef. And one of our classes we do in Yap, we actually take our students out to that. And then our students who come with us to Yap get to see it as well. So I really believe in keeping things, marrying that cultural and the science together to really keep things sustainability.
The last trip to Palau, and I wish I have the opportunity to go down more often, but I've always been captivated. My first trip to Palau was was in 1975, before the original KB bridge had connected. The folks over at the Intercontinental Hotel had a fam trip with, my mom was a travel agent, and she chose me to go with her on this trip. And I remember sitting on the docks at that old hotel, just kind of looking in the water, and everywhere your eye fell, there was a giant clam. And they just seemed to be everywhere. And the last time, took the kids, and we did the dolphin run down in Palau with them. And if you know the area, it's another thing is they've got all these ramps and different walkways, and you look straight down in the water, and there's a million of these giant clams of all kinds of different ages. And so they've figured out sustainability and then some in Palau. Palau was also among the first places that I learned about coral transplants, where they were cloning the corals, putting them in a little piece of concrete, and then attaching them later on after they've got a good start on reef areas that needed to get repopulated.
The coral gardens.
They're so good at that. And we can do it. We can do it too.
Yeah, and we are doing it. You know, there's a lot of programs that have started. I mean, Dr. Jason Biggs started the program, you know, down south with the clams, you know, and putting some of them out there as well. And so, you know, and getting the community involved. So I really am a little bit different in my views because I've lived here for 18 years. I work out in Micronesia. I don't think that, you know, sometimes you try and take a square peg and shove it into a round hole. It doesn't quite work. And so I think you have to marry that together.
You have to listen.
Yes.
You have to listen and observe.
Yes.
And we all know fishermen, and local fishermen to a very, very strong degree are very familiar with the times and the tides. When's a good time to go and fish for this kind of fish? Or we don't have that right now because it's a lousy season. It rained too much or whatever. Then we know where else to go. There's guys that know the reefs and the beaches and all of these spots like they know the aisles at Payless.
Yeah, I have a tattoo of the moon phases because that's how I'm into fish spawning aggregations, and you follow the moon phases.
Absolutely.
It's all about the moon. So, and that's why, you know, historically and culturally, you have that knowledge is that everyone's so in tune with the environment, with the moon. You know, I was out on, we did a training, and this is one of our programs we did.
Megan, we'll eventually get to talking about the gala, but you sent me among the most interesting people on Guam, so it's going to take me a minute.
So one of our programs, and one of the things and where I'm talking that you have a square peg that doesn't fit in a round hole, is that, you know, we have our turtles, you know, and they're endangered. And so you have all these permits to be able to get up close. Well, that's really hard to do when you're trying to be a student here, maybe you want to be a turtle scientist. So how do you get that experience? It really takes a long time. You have all the permitting, all these things. Well, I was frustrated because I want to see our students have a leg up on things. Here we have this beautiful ocean around us,
surrounded by turtles.
Yeah, we should be we need to be the experts. We need to be the experts of our island. And so I was able to take a group of students over to Ulithi and got permission by the chief there, and a program that was started ways back and run by a friend of mine, Jen Horig, is where the community actually does a lot of the science of measuring the carapace. They actually tag them, collecting all this data for years and years. And our students learned from them. We learned how to track the turtles. We were able to count the eggs as they drop them down. We were able to, all the things that are required to kind of build your tool belt to being a turtle biologist.
Right. It's hard to do if you can't get to where they are.
Yeah.
Ulithi is an incredible place. I mean, I've had the pleasure of flying around there and used to have conversations on the ham radio with a bunch of people that live out in that part of Yap. And it's a completely different lifestyle and experience than you'll find on Yap proper.
Yes.
I've often found. And I want to say they're a little bit closer to nature, but the issue that I had is, and you talk about these helicopter scientists that come in and are trying to, and unfortunately I think they've been successful with it, have talked them out of being able to get their nutrition and food out of the sea, and have replaced it with processed foods and all kinds of other imported deals.
I think a lot of that is stemming from World War II. I think a lot of that, when you start to rely on outside sources coming in, and so I think a lot of that too is just the history of the region, and so I think it's I think with a lot of our issues that we have, it's multiple facets, multiple things that kind of come in. But what you're saying is true, where when you have a helicopter or a parachute scientist that comes in, they really they don't understand the culture. They don't understand how much really management has already been occurring out there. It doesn't need to be kind of this Western, fitting in this box of this Western. They have areas that are called emergency reef. They don't touch those areas. They only use them like if there's a funeral and they don't have enough fish and they come in, and that's the only time they'll use it.
Isn't that brilliant?
So, yeah.
What a great concept.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually,
I know.
My concerns are that there's, and you've seen them, the train, if you will, of boats that go out at night and go and target reefs, virtually clean them out, and then they go somewhere else the next time.
Yes.
And I worry about that because I don't know that I get that there's almost anecdotal surveillance on them, but I don't know if anybody is enforcing anything like a catch limit. How many pounds can you come in with?
I think it's difficult. I found it working on Guam actually probably the most difficult area compared to some of the other areas in Micronesia to work in.
Marshals.
Just because you are dealing with it's kind of, you don't have that cultural structure, in terms of the management culturally, and then you're dealing with a Western way of kind of management. And so how do you don't want to be, I think there's a knee-jerk reaction of not wanting to be managed, with individuals.
I'm a Taurus.
Yeah.
You just read me.
Do not manage me.
Yeah.
I don't want to be managed. I want to just, be able to do these things and do it. But then on the same hand, if you don't have kind of that cultural structure of management, then
people will take advantage of it. Crazy. 20 after 9. Interesting conversation of you. I'm so glad that you were sent here to do the interview. And there's so many different places where we can jump into this. Look, we all like our fish for one reason or another. I walk in Tumon every day, and a big chunk of that is I watch, and it's a beautiful thing for me to see these basically sardines that are living so close to the seashore, and everybody can play with them. A couple of weeks ago, I was walking and on a Saturday or Sunday morning, and I saw for the first time in my life inside Tumon Bay a baby black tip shark. And I couldn't take my eyes off of it. It's so beautiful. And then you tell stories like that, and then you got all these paddle boarders that bought their paddle boards during the COVID time, and they're like, "Oh, I see that all the time. I know we named it. It's got a name." I talked to another lady, and she had a good time watching a moray eel swimming around the other day. And it's so nice to think about that same environment that I grew up in as a boy, and knowing that it's still healthy. You still got fish there.
Well, that's also a marine preserve. So, and it's a very Western way of management, and it's working.
Well, we got there's only a couple of different ways that you can pull fish out of that water. That seems to work. And so, if you want to, rub elbows, I'm sure to a degree we're speaking to the choir. I already got my tickets. I know you don't need to do it. This is going to be taking place in just a couple of weeks on the 15th over at the Hyatt.
Yes, it is. It's the Ides of March, March 15th. It's our 10-year anniversary, so that's kind of how you have that kind of the theme of it. So we're 10 years, one ocean, our islands, our future. And it's celebrating the islands, and we've been talking about all these different areas, but to me, that's what's so beautiful about this region is that you have all this diversity. You have diversity of cultures. You have diversity of islands. A lot of people think that islands are the same,
Oh, no.
And they have no idea how different, even in kind of the same range of tropical region, how different that it is in terms of, I think the environment, the environment mirrors the cultures. It's diverse. You have diverse language. You have diverse ways of showing that, so
And we're all blessed because we all have the same water temperature.
I
so
agree.
it's all the way up. Oh, you're so lucky. All the Northern Mariana Islands, then you go down to you got Guam, go down to Palau, Ulithi, places like that. And I'm sure even over in the on the not the Carolines, but the other islands off to the east of us, the Marshalls. I'm sure it's the same bathtub temperature water, breeding roughly the same kind of fish, but different ways that we communicate with those underwater realms. Have you had a chance to do a lot of diving in the Micronesians?
Oh yeah. So I have manta ray projects in Yap and Pohnpei. I'm going out to Marshalls next week right before the gala. So it really is.
We're going to check the weather map.
I know. Are you going to see if I'm going to make it back?
Let's see what things are looking like right now on the weather map. Gizmo, hold on a second. Is that it? No, that's not it. Maybe it's that one. There
It's definitely trade wind season, right?
Yeah, it's definitely that. But you're going to go down to it looks like the majority of the chop right now is over the Carolines and down to Palau. So if you're headed out to the Marshalls, you should be okay.
I've been super lucky. I feel blessed. I've been able to dive in the most beautiful region. Anyone talks to me and they're like, "Oh, well, you could go here, you could go there." I'm like, "But I can go my backyard."
Yeah,
it's why leave anywhere else? I mean,
my buddy's talking about Anai Island if you want to see sharks.
Ooh.
But I was told there was where's the one over by over by. Where is it? Where am I thinking of?
Island.
No. It's close. Somebody told me there's a whole lot of sharks. If you wanted to see them and maybe swim around them, there's a good spot not too far away from the Sheraton.
Shark's Hole.
Oh, is that what? Hence the name?
Yeah, Shark's Hole.
Hence the name is possible. Yeah. I never. Well, I don't know. I don't believe that because there's other places with the word shark in front of it, and I never saw anything there. But I don't know. It's I've always had a good time doing some diving and just messing around the water around here. This is cool. I feel so bad. I'm so rude. Julie is your first name?
Julie Hartup.
Heart.
Yeah. Heart up.
Heart
H-A-R.
up.
Yeah,
Okay,
heart
gotcha.
up. Not the other way.
So how'd you get here 18 years ago? Was it?
My husband is a dentist here on Guam. And
don't look at my mouth.
I know. That's right. He's a dentist, and we'd met when I was doing kind of a marine biology. I was a research diver for a course, and we were out at Hopkins Marine Station for 6 weeks, which is Stanford's Marine Lab, and I met him. And I was actually divorced and had 3 kids, and I was going into marine biology, doing some internships at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and we just started dating. And he needed to go to dental school, and I was like, I don't want to stop what I'm doing and move, to go to dental school for you. And he's like, "Oh, come on, we'll make a path together." And so I held him to it. So when he got done with dental school, he started looking for jobs in areas where I would be interested in.
There's water here.
Yeah, exactly. And he's like, "There's this job opening in Guam. Why don't we go try it out?" And I think we're like a lot of people. The idea is, well, we'll come for a couple of years. Show up and we're home. We're not leaving.
Yep,
we're not leaving.
I hear that. There's so many. That's such a common story. 9:26 in the morning. And how much time do you spend over at places like Marine Lab here?
So I got my master's at Marine Lab, and so a part of what MCC does is we really are supporting. When I was there, I was surprised how many of our local students, we didn't have any master students that were local, not a lot of them. And so, but yet I would talk to a lot of the students on upper campus, and they're like, "I want to go into marine biology." And I would hear these conversations at coffee shops.
Best spot in the world's right here.
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, well, why are we getting more down there? What's the disconnect? And I just kind of filled in a gap of like, okay, well, let's build some tools. Let's get you certified in diving, because it's a cost, it's a cost to get certified. And then to take it beyond just as a scuba diver. I mean, oftentimes people, scuba divers think that they can do what researchers can do until you give them a tape and say, okay, now count down these fish, and all of a sudden they're running out of air, and they're like, oh wait, this is a little bit harder than we think.
It's work.
Yeah, so it's being able to give them the experience to make them safe, while they're tools on how to collect properly, all these different things.
Okay,
so.
but as I'm sure you know, once you get certified, once you get the C card,
Yeah.
and you're underwater a lot, and you love it, and you decide, okay, you know what? I had a job before this. I had a life before this. Now this is all I want to do. Is that dive? Find any excuse to be a dive master or be a safety diver on a course or something like that. Just any excuse to get in the water.
Well, that's how I came into actually marine biology. Is I was a scuba instructor first.
How can people get? I mean, do you have any tickets left for the gala?
We do. We have some. They're on Eventbrite, so you can buy, single tickets or, couples coming or even a whole table. We have a really great sponsorship. We have Future Smiles Orthodontics. So, dentists are coming in strong. A lot of, leaving smiles for the ocean. So, so you have you have Phoenix Jet. You also have ECC, so we have some great sponsorships, great tables, good food. I just picked up from Laurel Industries all the good wine that we're going to have.
Oh, how about that?
So yeah,
well, it's a party. I mean, you're going to have some
Spanish
serious scientific people running around, but at some point, we're gonna stop nerding out and then enjoy.
I gave our sponsorships even more bottles.
Oh,
I was
excellent.
like, I got to say thank you to them for coming in. So they're gonna be pretty happy that evening.
We're the same people, I think. 929. So that's how to get tickets. Never mind whatever it costs. Go ahead and do it. Charge it back to the company or something like that. This is going to be a great get-together. Yeah. Great opportunity to meet people that are like all in, and maybe you're just kind of off at the edges of this. Learn a little bit more about sustainability. Learn a little bit more about the ocean environments in the Pacific, and enjoy some great food. The Hyatt always puts together an incredible spread. And so I remember the last time I did this interview, I said, "Am I okay to ask about seafood on the menu?"
They haven't come back with the menu
yet.
yet.
Really?
Yeah. They're coming. They're going to surprise me here.
No, that's fine. That's fine. The last time I was there, Chef Miracle put together just a dazzling spread.
Yeah, they actually do a lot of they look at local by getting whether it's produce or other things, and it's really is about sustainability and all coming together.
A chef named Joseph Budi.
Yes.
When he first came to Guam, that was a big deal. He spent a lot of time looking around, going, "What do you have here?"
Yes.
That I can put in my kitchen that I can make food with.
Yeah, and what was great too is when I think it was our first or second one, that's when we came in with the edible centerpieces. So, it was like, he did really work with us and try and figure out ways like, okay, what are ways that we can push everyone or introduce new things like the QR code, or ways you don't need to have all these printed things around. We can just do a QR code. Everyone has their cell phone, so
sustainability. I think about the concept every time somebody gives me a bottle of something in a plastic bottle and going, oh my God, we've got to figure out how to get rid of this. You want to talk about, crystal methamphetamine, a scourge for people with mental health and drug issues. But I think our environment is drowning in plastic bottles in particular. I walk in Tumon, as I said, every day, 5 miles. And the thing that I pick up the most is plastic bottles that have just, either fallen out of a trash can somewhere or just left, thrown out of a car. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that do that. And I know that I think plastic bottle and the word recycling don't go together as well. So I think maybe, if you're looking for a crusade, if you're looking for a hill to die on, I might die on that hill with you. But you won't know until you get together with us. So hang out. It's going to be on the 15th of March. Can I buy, I want to say the first place I saw the flyer was on the window over at Carabao. Will I be able to buy tickets at places like that, or is it just Eventbrite?
No, we're just doing it through Eventbrite.
Okay.
We just kind of found that that's really what people use the most, and then we didn't want to burden, some of the different businesses of having to keep track of that.
Smart.
When they're trying to run their own businesses.
I'm going to assume that QR code will take people to the Eventbrite site. It's on the screen right now, and believe it or not, if you point your camera at your video screen, whatever you're watching this on, you should be able to make a connection with the QR code. They're designed to do it that way. The science is all built in. Come back anytime. What else do you do?
Well, right now I'm in the middle of getting my PhD, so I'm flying back and forth between Auckland, New Zealand.
What's the project?
So it's about the reef manta rays, so throughout the whole region. So
Okay, I want to do a manta ray thing. Can we
Okay.
do a manta ray thing?
Yes,
Can we
of course.
put a paddock down in Tumon somewhere and bring in a bunch of manta rays? And
I'll just call them in.
yes, use your yes.
You're probably really the most elusive animal, but come into me.
But aren't there places where they've incorporated mantas into their visitor program so people could swim with them? Or are we talking the kind that killed what's his name?
So no, you're thinking about Steve Irwin. So
Right.
those are stingrays. They have barbs, and usually, they're the ones that you see kind of like resting on the ground. But the ones for manta rays, they actually eat the smallest thing in the ocean. They eat plankton. So they're just like go around. When I first started, when I first started studying them, I'm like, it's about the food. I got to find where their food is because they're big. And they eat the smallest things. So they're all about, I got to get my next meal. Where's my next meal? And so really knowing their movements and their patterns really are incorporated with the productivity or, where it's, you have that most food in the ocean.
So how do we make it so we see more manta rays in and around our beaches?
I know. So really take care of them. So right now we kind of just need to let them be because what we're finding is with our manta rays here in Guam and some other areas that it's a very, very small number. So to put this in kind of perspective is a small population is like 300 individuals. Since 2008, I have 64 individuals. That's it.
Wow.
And that's like a lot of effort, a lot of going out. I mean, when I first started studying them, it was like 20 surveys and not seeing
in my life, I've seen one.
Yeah.
In my life,
Yeah.
I mean, and that's years as a diver as well.
Yeah.
In my life, I've seen one. You get guys like Lee Weber, and I don't know. I think he attracts them. I've seen so many pictures of Lee with all of
Ours
these things
like to
out
be
there.
up north. They like to be kind of up north, and a lot. They like to go along the coast, that area. But they actually, what we're finding with our tag data. So I actually do satellite tagging on them, and they're spending a lot of their time at 300, 400 meters.
Wow.
They're not, I always joke, I'm like, our Guam mantas are not reef mantas, they're deep mantas.
Yeah.
And it's really that deep plankton that's down deep and it comes up at night, and that's what they're feeding on. And that's very different than other areas.
I was going to say, are there other environmental concerns? I've got another interview after this. I'm going to have to quicken up on the questions or work on another one.
Yes.
The last one before I let you go.
Yeah.
I worry about. I think there's legislation now that's going to ban sunblocks out there and lotions that are not reef friendly. And I'm okay with that. I don't use sunblock or lotions when I'm out there because I don't want those chemicals on me. So I'm pretty careful about all of that.
Yeah.
But is that something that we need to really, really be concerned about? Do you see a lot of detriment?
So
to those
definitely
chemicals?
in areas where you don't have a lot of water flow. So like you've seen it in Hawaii, like certain bays that they've done that because they have seen where you have a lot of tourists coming with that chemicals on it. So Tumon Bay, Agana Bay, those types of things where you don't have a flushing of it. I mean, you do have some flushing, but obviously, it's San Vittori's. It's not called San Vittori's for a reason.
Yeah.
There's certain times of the year
that
where
blue.
you don't, you don't have that, that kind of flushing out that you would find outside the
Do we
reef.
need to make the holes bigger? There's a hole over in the Hilton. There's a hole over on the Nico side.
I think we just let it be. Let it just.
Well, they're artificial holes. You know that, right?
Yeah.
They
Well,
were blasted.
Back
in the olden days, they blasted it out. Otherwise, the water never moved before that.
Exactly. Well, I get nervous when I'm going to go in and try and fix something because what I find with the environment, I think I know better, and then I go in and I do. If you do something, all of a sudden, another effect happens that you didn't plan on,
right?
Because it's so complicated that you're like, oh, I didn't take that into consideration, so I get really nervous.
I got a buddy of mine dying to chime in on the conversation. Bunker, I gotta let it go though. It's 9:36 in the morning. Quick break here. We're gonna switch chairs. Julie, thank you for coming in. And we got between now and the 15th. If it gets like the 10th and you still have a seat left, let me know and I'll help you sell it on the radio. Okay?
Thank you.
And you
We'll
come
love
on
to
by
have you.
anytime you like. 9:37 on the Ray Gibson Show. We're gonna take a news break here. On the way back, Tumon Bay Music Festival is on the way. We'll get you details. With Joan. What are you making a face?
No news today.
Oh, no news.
No.
Oh, just a commercial then.
Tomorrow.
Let's do that. Let's go.
Celebrating the 176th year anniversary of American President Lines. APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S. flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL Global Presence with a local home.
Altima, Titan, even the iconic Z. Nissan Guam wants to make up to 6 months payments on your next car, truck, or SUV. That's right, up to 6 payments on us. Or choose APR as low as 2.99%. Get pre-qualified for financing in just minutes. First timer, we've got you covered with our exclusive first-time buyer program. Don't miss the Ride of the Nissan sales event for a limited time only. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Wendy's is back with a great meal deal. The 2 for $8 deal is the perfect way to satisfy both your hunger and your wallet. With this limited time offer, you don't have to compromise on flavor, quality, or savings. Whether you're tackling resolutions or you're treating yourself, Wendy's delivers double the delicious for less. Mix, match, and choose any 2 from the Dave's Single, Spicy, or Classic Chicken and 10-piece crispy or spicy nuggets. That's right. Pick any 2 for just $8 only at Wendy's.
Johnny Utah chiming in saying banning sunblock is like banning plastic bags at the grocery store. Fine. Like I said, we just
Ray doesn't like sunblock.
No, I don't. No.
Period.
You know what? We need
let your skin feel
suntan
the
oil.
damn
We need oils in there. It's not that I don't like them. I just think there's no point to putting your body at risk by slathering it with chemicals that have not been shown to actually prevent anything. I
still get burned.
What's that?
I still get burned.
Because you're going to get burned outside in the hot sun. 20 away from the top of the hour. You want an excuse to go outside in the hot sun. It's the Tumon Bay Music Festival. Joanne Matanani in the studio. How you doing?
Hi, I'm great.
I was just remarking, I like your hair.
Oh, thank you so much.
Where'd you get a cut? Who's your...
Oh, so this time I got this cut at Hairtown at the mall. I'm always at the mall.
Okay.
For the Guam Philharmonic
There's
Foundation.
always something, yeah.
So I'm always there. So I was like, you know what? I need a haircut now. My usual guy is not available today. He's always busy. So I just went to Hairtown. I was like, you know what? Cut me.
Do the thing.
thing.
Yeah. Have fun. Go wild.
Yeah.
Go crazy. Well, so Tumon Bay Music Festival is coming up. I'm sure Donna sent it to me in typical Ray Gibson style. I'm sure I forgot where she sent it to me. And so I'm just we'll start with, how long has there been a Tumon Bay Music Festival?
This is our 20th year.
Was there a time where it went someplace else, like indoors, and then now we're back to outside?
We're everywhere. It started indoors, and then we went everywhere.
Yeah.
So we are traveling for 10 days. We'll start at the Micronesia Mall for our opening ceremonies tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Center Court.
Okay.
And then we have 2 days of choir at Guam Plaza at the Kahita Ballroom.
Okay.
And then after that, we are going to 2 places on Saturday for solos and small ensembles. Our solos will be at St. John's Church there.
There's a nice sound in that room.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
And there's a nice view.
Yes, it's beautiful. And then afterwards, we're going to take our larger small ensembles and our award ceremonies back to Micronesia Mall Center Court. So we'll have more participation there.
But you didn't say Tumon Bay. You just said the Plaza Hotel. Is as close as we're getting to Tumon Bay?
No, we're going to Hyatt Regency.
There we go.
That's okay. Hold on. First,
wait.
So after March 1st is Saturday.
I should have taken her before she went next door to the coffee place.
But wait. So tpmfguam.org if you'd like to follow along with me, because there are a lot.
Yeah.
So we've got our schedules there posted each day, and we like to keep it up to date just in case someone is having a little emergency that day. We can move them around on the schedule. So March 1st, we're in 2 locations for solos and small ensembles, St. John's Church and Micronesia Mall Center Court. And then on March 2nd, yes, we are on the actual Tumon Bay. We're going to be at Ipao Beach. We're going to be at the Amphitheater for Jazz, Rock, and Beyond.
That's the deal.
Yes, that's completely outdoors. Come join us in the afternoon. Starts about 1:30. We've got lots of student groups. We've got lots of community groups out there. Have fun. Pull up a blanket. Bring some
Wine.
snacks. Hey, sure.
Beer.
Just clean up after yourself. Otherwise, they're going to charge us.
Oh, this crowd, no, that's okay. They'll be camped out the night before. So the entire schedule, you can download it. You can go to Tumon Bay Music Festival. It's online right now on the screen, so you can take a look and oh, that's nice. It's got a handy little countdown, 14 hours until the very, very first event. And as you said, that's going to be at the Micronesia Mall, 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Yes.
Gotcha. And then the rest of it is all put together. How many people are going to be involved in all these different casts and ensembles? How many people are involved here?
800 to 1,000 usually.
No, I'm not talking about the spectators. I'm talking about the people
that's
in
the performers.
There's 800 of you here?
Yes, and we bring in people. So Saipan, they've been a large supporter of the festival for a long time. We have Mariana's High School coming with the Rhythm and Harmony Glee Club, and we have Hopwood Middle School coming out.
Right.
Yeah, funding's a little limited. We usually have more Saipan groups coming, but it's all right.
It costs money. It costs money, obviously.
Those plane tickets are no joke.
Yeah. It's like oh my God, the Harvest kids are going to be there. And the Harvest has got like 7 or 8 different orchestral groups, depending on what age range they are in. So all of them are going to find a spot as well.
Oh, I think they're participating in every single event from our opening ceremony all the way to the end there.
The quick question I've got, and then there's we see the bands, the orchestras, et cetera, and then we've got a number of soloists here, and so I'm kind of curious as to with the soloists, how many of them have been with the Tumon Bay Music Festival, their whole deal, like for years, like since they were little kids.
For this list, they're not as many, but last year's list, we did have at least half of them were there for 5 years or more.
Yeah, because I'm looking at names of kids that I think my kids grew up with over at Harvest, and it looks like everybody is coming back one way or the other.
So the longest I've seen someone be part of our festival is 8 years. She had been coming to us from Saipan for 8 years, won gold every single year. And now she studies in New York, and she works in New York, musical theater. Erica Tubera from Saipan.
Excellent. And there's even a wait list I'm looking at. You've got so many people that are ready down to perform, but there's no opening for them.
Correct, Ray. I had to turn away. I had to break hearts. There's still 20 people that did not get to perform. They did not even they don't get to be on the wait list because they were either just too late. We filled up very quickly. Usually I have multiple venues, but we wanted to bring it back to St. John's, and I can only provide so many time slots for them. So I had to break some hearts, but we're hoping that they'll still come out, support their friends.
Where will I be able to see the youngest ones?
Right there at St. John's.
At St. John's.
Yes.
Nice.
Because we usually have really, really young soloists. It's amazing. I was just telling Daryl, if you've never seen a 5-year-old shred on a violin, you could possibly see that. Because the first time I saw that, it was Justine Chu. And she eventually became our concert mistress for the Guam Philharmonic's Tumon Bay Youth Orchestra. The first time I saw that kid, actually, I think she was even younger, maybe 4. I just remember going, oh my God, how old is that kid? And I checked her records. I was like, she's really young.
Not even first grade.
Not even. And then she grew up through the festival, and then she eventually, she's in college now.
So do you make any money on these things?
Oh, not really. No. We barely keep above water. That's why we always seek help from the community, and we have generous sponsors who help keep us going, and we want to thank all of them. They're all on our website and on our social media. We have eFit sponsors. and platinum sponsors.
I'm looking for and the venues obviously
Yes.
that are helping you out, including the
They're all the way at
Micronesia
the
Mall,
bottom.
the Hyatt Regency Guam. We've got the
Yes.
Cajita over at the Guam Plaza Resort, St. John's, of course, and then back to the Micronesia Mall. This sounds like a crazy amount of fun. If you love music, I mean, if you want to plug into all of these things every single day, you absolutely can, right?
Yes, most of them are free. Most of them are free and open to the public. Walk on in. The ticketed events, we must ticket because we're using hotel venues, and they got to make money too.
Aircon.
Yes, aircon.
Got to pay for the air conditioner. So the Plaza Resort, that one there is $15 general admission, $12 for students, senior citizens, military, etc. And then there's a similar cost for if you're going to go watch this over at the Hyatt. But I think that it's just those two events that are charging.
Those two events that we're charging. There are 4 nights total because we have so many groups.
Yeah.
We have to break them up into 2 days each. And let me tell you, I have never filled up the choir festival this much. I usually have space on each night to bring in a showcase group, like the Laddie Tones. It has been a mainstay. Nice. We usually have any additional community choirs come in to sing. But this time around, before I could even ask Doc about Laddie Tones or anybody, all the choirs just went, bam, we're coming. It's the 20th anniversary. We have people coming back. Vivace from JFK. If you love JFK, come and support your Islanders. They're going to be there. They haven't been with us because they're always so busy. Yeah. So we're excited to have them.
Where are they finding the time to do that? I mean, they're not on campus very long. I mean, they split the campus with Simon Sanchez.
Through music and the Almighty. All things are possible.
That's fine. I'll give you that. I like it. So any other information that we need to know about? You had mentioned sponsors. Is there anybody, I'm not going to ask you for the entire sponsor list, but if there's anybody at the top of your head that is really, really helping out and, access to the checkbook, all of that.
Well, we were able to get a grant from KAHA. This is the first time that, since I've been part of it, that we were able to secure a grant through the efforts of our team. You'd
think that would have been there all the time.
Yeah, well, they got to spread the
Council
love.
of Arts and Humanities.
Right. Yeah, they got to spread the love, and especially during this month, it's Mess tomorrow. So, they're taking care of our cultural groups as well. We're going to have a cultural group tomorrow. Good. Yes. What we accept all forms of help, in-kind donations. And really the best, the greatest amount of donations come from individuals. It's not just, our corporate sponsors are great. We cannot do a lot of things without them, but what brings the longevity of any event and
individuals,
is the individuals in the community. Yes.
Seeing a need and trying to fill it, obviously. 10 away from the top of the hour. So glad that you were able to make it in this morning. Sorry about the schedule clicks, but you've got Donna.
Yes.
Who will be talking about this over the next 10 days or so. It'll be a part of all the newscasts, so you make sure that we've got some publicity, and you got all the other stuff with the other radio stations as well. Now, when is the next time you're going to come in and read news for me?
When I wake up. So because I'm doing TBMF all the time and I still teach, I am still the Unsalon Middle School band director.
Oh my God.
I am on prep right now. So I was able to run away and okay, I'm going to go run my errand during my prep period.
Well, let me give you another opportunity to find people in the community that can help out. The schools get broken into all the time. Unsalon Middle School, unfortunately, has been victim of this, as have many of the schools on Guam. And unfortunately, sometimes they'll break into the music room, and if they can't steal it, they'll break it. And you kind of got to start all over again from scratch. So if there's any businesses out there, individuals that would like to help out, say, listen, I don't know anything about music, but I heard you need some violins and horns or a guitar or a mixer or whatever, then by all means, make your way to Unsalon Middle School and ask for Joanne Matanani.
Yes.
And we'll get you hooked up. And maybe there's another school in your village you can do that with as well.
Most definitely.
Yeah, it's such a heartbreaker to hear when schools go broken into. But, having grown up with kids who learned an appreciation for music because they somehow managed to luck into a space in a school where they had a music class. It was amazing to see these people, be able to turn around.
Yes.
And there was also something special about watching them carry their musical equipment with them all day at school, for whatever the band day was.
Yes. So this festival, it's not just so that we can perform, it's to raise awareness about music in our schools. It is also Music in Our Schools Month. And here at GDOE, our band programs used to thrive. Every school used to have a band and choir, every single one of us. Right now, I'm one of the last of the Mohicans in the middle school. And
how come they didn't pick you up over at Mount Carmel yet?
Oh, I actually did work there prior to GDOE.
Okay.
But when Mike Diomore was retiring, because he was my band director,
Mike Diomore was everybody's band director.
Right. But he followed our class from Unsalon, and then he went to GW. So I was fortunate to have him for 7 years of my life. He watched me grow up. So he knew I was still on Guam. Everyone else who was deep into music had moved away. You know, they had families, but he knew I was still self-employed. I'd already left Mount Carmel. I was self-employed. And he goes, Joanne, I am retiring. And mind you, I'm in Japan with Guam Territory Band traveling. He's like, Joanne, I'm retiring. You need to go apply at GDOE right now. Because you know what happens when the band director leaves and then there's nobody to take the spot. Instruments will disappear. The room goes to another program. Yeah. And then it's just too expensive to restart the program. So get your butt over there the moment you land. And I literally had to run from the airport to go to apply at GDOE.
So we need to make it our goal so that the next big performance that you and your kids are involved in will be at the stage at Southern High.
Oh, yes. Oh,
You're old enough to have performed there when it was good, weren't you?
I have performed there a few times. And I also, as part of the Guam Honor Band, I actually we recorded our demo tape for an off-island festival in their band room. And it had state-of-the-art recording equipment. It was ready to record, and that's where we did it.
I wonder what the state of it is right now. I don't want to end on what could be a depressing note, so I'm just going to leave that there. Joanna, thanks so much for coming by the radio station, and best of luck. First show tomorrow night, 6 o'clock over at the Micronesia Mall.
Yes, join us.
Yeah, I might. That's what Donna said. She says, I know you're not going to go, but I'm going to invite you anyway. 9:53 on the Ray Gibson Show. We're going to grab one last break and figure out how we're going to kill the next 2-3 minutes.
The strongest connections are built on the best network. Docomo Pacific has you covered with business fiber internet speeds up to 5 gigs and hybrid fiber internet speeds up to 200 megabits per second. Transform your business connectivity with fast, reliable, and affordable fiber solutions. And the best part, you can save even more when you bundle DTV and mole services. Visit business.docomopacific.com/fiber for everyone to learn more. Some conditions apply. Altima, Titan, even the iconic Z. Nissan Guam wants to make up to 6 months payments on your next car, truck, or SUV. That's right, up to 6 payments on us. Or choose APR as low as 2.99%. Get pre-qualified for financing in just minutes. First timer, we've got you covered with our exclusive first-time buyer program. Don't miss the Ride of the Nissan sales event for a limited time only. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
955. Almost done already? This program absolutely flew by. Check the archives. Doug Moylan is in there. Who else we talked to? Mayor Alec?
Mayor Allen.
Mayor Alec. Oh, my God. That was the most fun. I got so little information out of that phone call, but we had so much fun.
I love it when you hurt his stomach.
Digging into the politics, buddy. And this hour, Julie, with some interesting conversation about sustainability and reefs and fish and things like that. Bunker Menno chomping at the bit in cold stateside going, I got to get in on this. Good morning, Bunker.
How you doing, Ray? How you doing, Guam? Hi, everybody.
Everybody good. Everybody good, bud.
The one is, hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
One is the hospital. No matter how brand new it is, doesn't improve healthcare, and it'll be 10 years or more before they build one ELO due to the current situation. The other one is Manta Ray, outside Hilton. about 100 yards out. Monterey twice I've seen there. Anna Island, inside Gabia Beach. What I was going to say to her is you got to find the cleaning station where they come and get parasites off their stuff. Little tiny creatures that live on that reef. Yeah. Well, Gisons do it. A lot of species pull up that would otherwise eat that little fish and get things picked off their gill plates, inside their mouth.
He's right. It's like Jackson's car wash, Ray.
Those happen on Guam after
they pull in, man, and these little fish come up and clean them.
Water, dude.
Very cool. Now, where did you say you seen that? Where's that?
You can get clean with your scars. If you got a scab, dude, and you swim next to those cleaner rafts, they'll pick your scab right off your scar, dude. It may hurt, but they'll pick it up.
Okay.
I've tried it. I know this for a fact. It happened to me.
Yeah, send me a map. Send me a map.
Grab more eels. The more eel that lived in Gap Gap was at least 8 inches round. I grabbed that guy like he's my buddy, and we'll have a beer. Anyway, wanted to share that with the ladies that you can find them in shallow waters when they need a little cleaning, but they're not going to stay there for a long period. Guam's deep all the way around, bro.
Mm-hmm.
There's not shallow water out for miles except for Cocos. Okay, the rest of the island is deep, except for like Agate. Outside Agate is deep for about half a mile out, and then it just drops.
Well, they're deep enough that they can take a carrier on the side of it. That's also been my my understanding. Even in Tumon Bay, you go out a little bit from the reef, not that far, just a little bit out from the reef, and it'll drop down to 120, 150 feet, and then there's a few other spots